Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Friday the 13th Ways and Means meeting. It will go good. It will go very well. I know that. So let's all stand and recite the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, we survived one Friday the 13th meeting. I think we can do it again. All righty. I've gone through the roll, so I know who's here and who's not. Do we have any additions or changes to the agenda?
We have a few. So part of this is we're trying to structure how we carry things over from committee meetings. So you'll notice we put Public Works and Human Services Committee there. Those are items that got approved and moved forward as action items, so we have them in red because they had to get added just based on the timing of the meeting. And then we have two additional items under the Public Defender's Office update. The initial A and B were originally under the administrators and HR report, so we moved them up because Matt has to be in court. So those are the additions and amendments.
All righty. Okay, moved and supported. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. On to the minutes. Has everyone reviewed the February 13th meeting minutes?
I'll move the minutes.
All right, moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, very good. We are now at item 6, limited public comment. If you are in the gallery and would like to speak to the committee this morning, please come to the podium, state your name. You have about 3 minutes. It took me longer to say that than it did for somebody to get up and walk the podium. All right, seeing no public comment, we will move on. And we are at item 7 now, public safety trial courts.
I can get my mic to work. I'll actually invite Amy and Jeremy Mulvaney. They're here to speak on behalf of this first item, and then Amy will stick around for the second, and we have Judge Pollard here for that one as well. But just a general overview, this is related to providing medical services within the youth facility, so mostly this will be Jeremy's opportunity, so tell us all about it.
Thank you, Controller Dawson, and good morning, Commissioners. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. Historically, our facility, when it comes to medical services, we've always contracted with local agencies for nursing services. Since COVID, no agencies have been willing to send out their staff due to staff shortages. During COVID, because of cross-contamination, the list kind of went on and on. We've tried significant measures to try and bring in medical personnel into our building. In the meantime, our staff generally do all the triage work, which we've done for a long time and we've gotten fairly decent at it, but it's certainly not the ideal way to go about doing things. So we did make contact with a local physician, a local doctor, and he is willing to come in for similar amounts of money that what we were contracting with nursing services. We certainly think that having a doctor in the building can alleviate a lot of our issues. It certainly can lessen the amount of risk and liability that the county gets put in when we take kids out of the building, and restraint devices, especially during inclement weather, things of that nature. So it's the way that we've structured this contract. He's willing to do this for a very small amount of money, considering what doctors typically charge. And his office and his philosophy, it's his way of trying to give back a little bit. He has worked with at-risk youth in the past and has a passion for it. So for once, the stars seem to have aligned for us. And as long as we get the support from the board, we'll get this in motion and get it started. In terms of the expense, it's pretty minimal. Like I said, he's only charging us $90 per hour. I think I just paid my mechanic $150 an hour, so certainly a bargain. And so if he comes every week, which is what we are hoping happens, depending on how long he stays, but on average, it's usually about an hour to hour and 15 minutes to do physicals, sick calls, things of that nature. I'm guesstimating it would cost the county between $5,000 and $10,000 per year. So again, it's definitely a bargain. Happy to answer questions if there are specifics from anybody.
Any questions for Jeremy?
I was just gonna add one thing. This was reviewed by legal and it's gone through multiple drafts, so the thing before you is pretty polished. Good job, Jeremy.
The final draft.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Commissioner Wright.
I did read that resolution over, Jeremy, and, it was, I thought, very reasonable. Have we been budgeting for nurses that we can't get? Okay, that's the first question.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so is this 5,000 to 10,000 additional to what's been budgeted? Is that why you're asking?
No, it's just different, I think is why we're bringing it up, and it's gonna be a contract. We did have a full-time nurse budgeted for the last few years. We just haven't been able to hire one. So this is just, it's significantly cheaper than a full-time nurse. And again, once we open the expansion, if we could find a full-time nurse, that would be fantastic. But this is more of a stopgap and historically how we used to do it, which again, isn't perfect, but certainly works.
Well, I mean, you do need medical over there for the children. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get the numbers in my head of what I'm
Certainly.
looking at. So I'm for it. I was for it when I read it.
I would move the resolution as written.
Or,
Okay, moved and supported. Any other discussion? Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a really quick question. So he's there one day a week. What happens if somebody's sick a different day or there's the weekend or something? Is it an extra fee for him to come in or is it still the $90 an hour?
So we've actually spoken with him about that. And again, if it's minor stuff, our staff are pretty versed at triaging. And I won't get into too many details on that, but he also said that he's willing to take calls and do Zoom calls with kids. And, you know, obviously there would be a charge to that, yes. But he's available after hours as well. So, but maybe not to come in physically into the building, but to certainly do a Zoom call and give us any information we might need in terms of how to treat certain situations.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent job.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, Jeremy, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I am here to talk more about the restructuring proposals that we had provided. There was a lengthy packet that we provided to the Public Safety Committee, and then we provided just an addendum for this committee to talk more about numbers and where those fall with regards to budgeting. So just a brief summary, we are asking for 3 restructuring proposals, I guess we're proposing. One within the district court, which would be a merging of our chief deputy clerk position with our non-attorney magistrate. Currently, the magistrate position is posted. We've been unsuccessful in being able to find somebody to fill that position since October. So this would be a merging of those 2 positions. We are asking for a part-time deputy clerk to fill the role of some of the responsibilities that would have been performed of the chief deputy that will no longer be able to be doing that if she's taking on the magistrate position. We're asking, additionally, historically, they have been on call and served as in a rotation with our district judges, and we've historically paid them a per fee based on a call that they would get. We're asking that we be permitted to allow a stipend, basically a $200 a week if they're on call, We estimated 20 hours, or I'm sorry, 20 weeks for the year, which would be additional 4,000 per year. So based on our estimated numbers of those positions, reducing the amount that we would have for the magistrate, the chief deputy clerk, combining those, and adding a part-time deputy clerk would be approximately $16,500 additional. The second one was within the juvenile court. We're asking for a quality assurance specialist position. That's a requirement from the state with regards to the changes in the juvenile justice reform. That position is 75% reimbursable through the child care fund. And so based on our estimates of salary and fringes, it would be an additional $29,500 for that position. And then the last would be the restructuring of our friend of the court office manager. Not necessarily a restructuring, we're just asking for a reclassification based on that position's responsibilities and adding a level of oversight and supervision for some of the different positions within that department. That reclassification would simply be a grade level increase and about approximately $6,500. So overall, the three of these restructuring proposals that we're asking would be approximately about a $52,500 increase to the general fund. And of course, those would all be contingent upon a consultant reviewing the new positions and the descriptions that we've provided and where those fall within the grade levels. But we're anticipating they would be fairly consistent with what we're proposing. If you wanted to.
Any questions? Commissioner Barber?
So this is going to cost the general fund additional 52, the reorganization is actually going to cost us money?
Correct.
Commissioner
Do we have it?
The second position you said was required for state law, though?
Correct. The quality assurance position is a requirement that we are required to have. We've had, I would say probably in the last 6 months, we've done a lot of discussion about how to incorporate that position into the juvenile court. We lost 2 probation officer positions last year in the budget. Those positions were not filled, and so trying to incorporate that into a current position would be a pretty big fill for the current status of our level of, probation staff we have over there. This position would be responsible for the reporting that is, we are required starting July 1st of this year to be doing on a quarterly basis. They would be responsible for the oversight of all the assessment tools and that we are required to perform, making sure that those are getting entered, the data is getting recorded, that we're utilizing all the tools that are required. In addition, we're going to roll into some responsibilities with regard to child care fund reporting that the controller's office currently does. We're going to have this position be responsible for taking a little bit load off of the controller's office and making sure that the information is being reported accurately on a monthly basis.
So I think it's another fair way to look at this. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, is to say like $30,000 of this restructuring is required. Like we don't really have much of a choice. And then the 22 is the kind of the restructuring of the other 2 positions, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright?
So if you combine the 2 positions, are we ever going to continue to hire a magistrate?
So this position, the restructuring would be hiring a magistrate. We would be simply combining our chief deputy as the magistrate. So that individual would perform on average 2 days a week, magistrate responsibilities. And then the other 3 days a week would be doing the chief deputy clerk work. If that position ever absolved, the individual who would hold that position, we certainly would take into consideration being able to maintain that level of structure that we've established. But certainly, we would come back to this committee and come back to the board if we ever were unable to continue that long-term. We anticipate that this would be a long-term solution to the, I think I mentioned about the last 7 years, we've had a consistent inability to maintain a magistrate for longer than a year or 2. And that really disrupts the level of service that we can provide in the district court with regards to the backlog, the training, the intensity of that magistrate position, the responsibilities that they hold, and being able to get somebody in there that can do all of that long-term.
Well, I remember past conversations about the magistrate having to be on call to, do different legal situations with a person maybe. And so I'm just wondering, do they also hand out fines and things like that when it comes before the magistrate?
So they would be responsible, at this point, the magistrate would be responsible for holding of the informal hearings, which were typically tickets, doing our first appearance arraignments, jail arraignments that come in. Those are typically 3 days a week. And share a portion of the on-call responsibilities. Currently, there's a rotation with our district judges, so they would be one of 3 doing a rotation with the on-call responsibilities.
Okay. I mean, because I'm aware that for a long time we have magistrate issues. And I just don't understand the legal obligations of each position. So that's why I'm asking if we would ever go back to keep posting for magistrate and then separate it back out.
Sure. There is criteria that has to be met through the State Court Administrative Office. There's training that this individual would have to do prior to any responsibilities before they could even do anything related to the magistrate. So that would have to be done regardless of who's in that position. That's a requirement, whether it's a non-attorney or an attorney magistrate. I think historically, the difficulty we've had in finding an attorney magistrate and long-term is there is a residency requirement. They have to be a resident of Eaton County. And once they take that position, because it was historically a part-time position or more recently just a contractual position, that individual could not also practice within Eaton County. So trying to find an individual who's an attorney, who lives in Eaton County, who doesn't want to practice within Eaton County, that's a difficult fill as well. And finding somebody who only wants limited number of hours, that's been difficult, so.
That makes sense. So basically, back a little bit ago, you just told me what I needed to know, that they have to go through certain type of training so that they can do those tasks.
Correct.
Okay,
They
that
have to
makes
be
sense. I was
certified by
gonna
the
say.
state court as well and
you
get a
can-
certification.
You can be a sub-teacher, but you can't be a regular teacher. You know what I'm saying? So I was wondering how you did the magistrate job without certification.
Commissioner Barber.
I was wondering the timing. Why are you bringing this now instead of waiting until we get into your portion of the budget?
I think urgency. Currently, I know with regards to the district court, we are approximately, I would say probably now upwards to 300 cases that are waiting to be scheduled that we just do not have the time in the judicial docket right now to be able to even get those I say scheduled. We could schedule them. They're probably going to be out 3 to 4 months, which is a long time just for the mere fact that we don't have availability in a docket to get those scheduled. As well as just the burden that it's placing on the judges as well as the clerk's office with regards to just not having this position filled. It's been October and we had that position, I think it was less than 6 months that we had an individual in that position. That's with regards to the district court. Regarding the quality assurance specialist, that position, it's important that we get it filled so that we can meet the requirements come July when those reports and data needs to start being reported to the State Court Administrative Office to ensure we have somebody in that position can get trained, can get familiar with the requirements that we're required to have a plan in place, making sure that they understand all the requirements that they need to be doing for reporting. And then with regards to the friend of the court position, our office manager has been doing the responsibilities for the last 2 years. I think the intent, and I think we might have, I think 2 years ago, I might have had a proposal for the restructuring or the reclassification of that position, but based on where the budget was, that wasn't even an option for the board to consider. And then obviously last year with budget cuts and restrictions and us eliminating positions, that wasn't something that I was going to bring forward to the board. But I think we've had a number of vacancies and in the front office, and that office manager position has really been holding down the fort as one person in a front office of 3 people. She's taking on the responsibilities of the admin assistant, but also doing all the supervisory training and structure. And so I personally would like to see that position reclassified sooner rather than waiting until October.
Thank you.
Mr. Shaver.
Yeah, appreciate you being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the quality assurance specialist, that's another unfunded mandate from the state by the sounds of it, at least the 25%, so I'm very sympathetic to that. I'm a little bit concerned going, just entering into our budget discussions beginning today, that this may put us in a spot that we can't be in. I don't think anybody would say it's something we don't want to be in. I think restructuring is very beneficial for the sake of function here at the county and creating the flows that you've just described. Is there any sort of on-ramp with something like this where any of these, I understand you can't really affect the quality assurance specialists, but can any of these other numbers be responsibility to be shifted in such a way where it could stay under the current budget without a budget amendment?
I think we've tried, under our current budget, I think that has been our goal all along with the position being posted. We've had it posted since early October. We haven't had any qualified applicants for that, to fill that position. So when looking at that, we've taken a look at what is it that we can creatively do with our current structure to implement that position into another position. We had I would say we had another creative idea that we were looking at bringing forward, and we talked more about it and just thought that that was not going to be something that was long-term sustainable. And so then we looked at the chief deputy position, combining that with a magistrate. That's something similar that other counties do with regards to magistrate responsibilities, having those performed in-house with chief deputy clerks, or having that magistrate position combined with other responsibilities. And so that's what our intent was trying to, as much as possible, least impact the budget, creatively combine the 2 positions, but also certainly if we combine the position with the chief deputy, we're going to need to backfill with that part-time deputy clerk, because that position, that department, I don't think feasibly could run with losing the amount of work that our chief deputy does just for the deputy clerk responsibilities.
Sure. Well, I appreciate all the work that you do, and I think this is a very decent plan and well thought through. My discomfort is with budget amendments that increase expenses in the climate that we're in here budgetarily in the county. That has to come from somewhere.
Sure.
And so within the fiscal austerity that's demanded from us as a board, it makes me very uncomfortable to do that as we're entering into, budget talks for the next year. But I understand the position that you're in, and I appreciate you answering my questions.
I think for us, we certainly considered the impact to the general fund. There would be an increase, making every effort to make sure that we were not coming to you simply replacing full-time positions that we lost last budget cycle. We're trying to be creative, trying to make sure that we are fiscally responsible in our ask, and making sure what we are asking is not going to be, a huge impact. The amount, the increase to the general fund would be probably less than 1 full-time position if we were to come here, but we're trying to incorporate that and spread it out into essentially 3 positions are getting impacted by that amount.
All right, thank you. Before I call on Commissioner Haskell, Controller Dawson would like to speak.
So I just wanted to share, at the beginning of the year, we did a freeze on the normal reclassification process, the board did, and encouraged departments to utilize a restructure conversation. So this is an example like what we're doing with the treasurer's office, and then what's going on in the controller's office too. So we worked hand in hand with the trial courts to put this together. I am in support of it, and I'll just go through the three and explain a little bit. The part-time magistrate, this is a moving target. We've been trying to troubleshoot, first having it part-time, then trying to do contractual because we're just not hitting the mark. So this is a troubleshooting mechanism for a position that we just have not been able to staff consistently, and to the detriment of the courts and to the people that need to get access to the trial courts. The second one, as you guys had talked about, we don't have a choice. It's just an example of a 75% funded mandate from the state of Michigan, but it will also relieve pressure on our office related to the child care fund. So I know Melissa is interested in having a partnership with this position that can help streamline the reporting requirements, because every agency wants data in different formats, and if it's not their format, they kick it back. This person will really help streamline that process, so it's less of a cumbersome process on our end, having to learn it every time it updates and modifies. And then for the friend of the court, this is one where the person's doing the work. They did have 2 cuts through the budget process, and I agree with Amy, the 6,500 there. It's just an acknowledgement that we did the 2 cuts, and to structure and survive that process, this is what it costs. In terms of paying for it, I know the numbers are here, and typically we don't do it till it goes to the consultant. We just wanted to showcase how much of this would be covered by the child care fund in advance. You're not moving that. All you'd be moving today is sending it to the consultant, which is roughly $500 per position. Next month, we'll bring the actual what it would be down to the penny. And the other thing that we can look at, the courts had a number of vacancies over the last 6 months, so we can try to do an estimate of what we think their position savings is, which doesn't solve the problem long-term, you know, in terms of adding a permanent cost, but at least for action in the current fiscal year, we can present and show and make sure that they're still within their budget if we do a transfer. Maybe, Melissa? Yeah. I just want to make sure she wasn't glaring at me.
Sorry, I apologize. I was actively working on submitting our child care fund reports this morning. Can you please?
I just was saying that when we present this, if the net effect is, I think it was like 26,000, 22,000, that's general fund, that's not mandatory to happen this year, we can try to estimate the position savings to date in their budget, just so that we can, yeah.
Yes, we can, because they have had open positions in other areas as well. And I will also note, the front of the court position is funded it's less than 2/3, but more than 50% federally funded as well. So there is some savings relief there as well that was not articulated here.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, thank you, Ben, for bringing that up, because that was one of the things that was briefly mentioned in public safety. And I wanted to make sure that that was part of the community discussion here today. So I guess between, you know, a must-do and the fact that this restructure ties in with your restructuring and the changes that need to be made in the controller's office, I would move this to the consultant to review.
Support. We have motion support. Excuse me, one second, Commissioner Holmes. I've got a question. Now, this financial package that we're talking about today, this includes everything associated with these new positions, so we don't have to restructure an office or offices or anything, like buy new equipment, that sort of thing?
Correct.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Well, I would say that quality assurance would need a laptop. That would have to, laptop. But the office itself, we're not asking for, we don't
Okay.
have to find a location where this person would be. It would be just office equipment, laptop, monitors.
Those equipment items will be included when we do a final budget adjustment, when we do actually get this information back from the consultant, just in case any grades change based on the recommendation from the consultant. So that will be included with the packet as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Holmes.
Yeah, I guess my question, the July 1st deadline, what consequence would the state apply if you weren't up and running, you know, efficiently at that point that they start that?
So 400.117A is the statute, if anyone's interested in reviewing it. when we had the juvenile justice reform, there were 5 things that we had to do, 5 standards we have to meet, or we don't get any funding through the Child Care Fund. There's no reimbursement. So in order to get the 75% reimbursement for in-home services and to get 50% reimbursement for any out-of-home services, we're mandated to meet those 5 standards, one of which is that we employ a quality assurance specialist and meet best practice standards. And so if we don't fill the position, we will lose theoretically all of our child care funding reimbursement. That's going to be the impact of not getting this position. I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but that's the reality, is that millions of dollars will be at stake for essentially a $30,000 ask.
Thank you. Yeah, that answered my question.
Okay.
Well, that's puts some teeth to that issue, doesn't it? Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item 8, Public Defender's Office update. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. All right, I'm here for just a few things. One, I want to provide everybody an update. I was here last month, so I just want to provide everybody an update. I'm going to go through some stuff with MIDC that we've been working on, and then some changes that we've had to our office already. Since the 1st of February, which is when I started, we've hired 4 support staff, 2 new lawyers. We're talking to a couple other lawyers now. We have essentially 1 additional lawyer spot that is open now to fill. Hopefully that becomes a 2nd, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So we're starting to staff our office. We've created some internal policies and procedures on case flow, case management, expectations of the people that work there. And also, we have hired a assigned counsel coordinator, which was a requirement of when I started. I believe you guys have the agreements in front of you for the assigned counsel coordinator, and then also the people that are going to assist us in the event that there's a conflict. So I'm going to ask that you review those. Essentially, it creates a billing procedure and policy from invoices to the use of experts. I've provided each person who is on the list a comprehensive list of experts that cover everything that they could potentially need in a criminal case, with their fees, their contact information, and they have been vetted in the past. So they have that information. They're not a preferred investigative list, but they are people that we know that have testified before in their respective areas, have been deemed expert by courts across the state. And so I'm asking that they use that. We also have a procedure in place for them to request funds for their experts, and that goes directly to the assigned counsel, not to us because of the apparent conflict, right? If we're representing a potential co-defendant, I don't want to be the one deciding if the other co-defendant gets an expert or not. So that procedure is in place. The contracts are in front of you. They are relatively straightforward. It's really just to create some uniformity and some policies around how billing happens, because that's going to be the next thing that I attack from a budget perspective. I think we need to rein how much we're sending out as much as possible. We've removed, also the people on the assigned counsel list have gotten access to SmartCom. That is the system that the jail uses to communicate with people in the jail. It's also a document sharing portal for discovery to get to the people at the jail without having it loose. There's reasons why we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And so everybody on the assigned counsel list has the ability to use SmartCom now and log in and use the jail. We have removed the first appearance counsel person that came and did the arraignments for our office. That is an annual savings in our budget of about $128,000. We can handle that internally, especially as we add more lawyers. There's no reason to pay somebody to come here to sit in the conference room and arraign people when we're right across the street. So that $128,000 I'm going to use to pour back into our office in a variety of different ways. We've met with MIDC a few times. They were here twice last week. We are catching up with what we need to catch up with. We have numbers from October until current We're working through those in the reporting requirements. We have a deadline for the end of this month, and we will be on track in March 27th. We will be on track and up to date with all the reporting requirements with MIDC from October. They're not requiring that we go any earlier in time, but the courts have been fantastic in running reports, the clerk's office especially, running reports, getting the information that we need timely so that we can distill that and process that down into the reporting mechanisms that MIDC is requiring us to use. So we are making a ton of headway there. We've implemented a case tracking system in our office that also keeps our case counts, which is something that is required in real time. So if MIDC were to call me this morning and ask how many cases are assigned to each lawyer, and when they were assigned to that lawyer, I can provide that to them today, before the phone call is over. So from a reporting and MIDC reporting perspective, I think we're right where we need to be. This next couple of weeks, we're gonna collect some more numbers from the past, but we should be good to go there. We also started some in-office training, CLE requirements. We are gonna have somebody, we're partnering with Ingham County. They have somebody that communicates certain things to their office in a classroom setting once a month. We're gonna do it also once a month. So March 19th is our first day. We're gonna have Ann Yantis come in, and she is an expert on sentencing guidelines. She's gonna spend 3 hours with our staff and the lawyers at our office. It will also be on Zoom, so the assigned counsel people can also view it if they choose to. And then she's gonna provide education. We're gonna plan on doing that monthly with guest speakers. So with that, there's a couple things that I want to talk about that I think are before you as well. So from a technology perspective, Clio is our new case management system that we would like to use. That's an $18,000 a year commitment, and it would be a 3-year contract. We're not asking for any budget amendments. We're just using the unused money now from the assigned counsel to kind of wrap back into our office, I believe. No, Melissa says that is a budget amendment, so she will talk about that. And then I'm going to ask that we reclass one legal assistant to a senior legal assistant to also incorporate intake procedures and policies. It is probably the most valuable thing that we can do from a support staff perspective. If our intake process is not correct, then our numbers for MIDC will not be correct, and then that throws off the whole case tracking system. And so what I have found is if we can pay a legal assistant that is there just a little bit more money to do that extra little job, for us, that is gonna be really significant. So that is going to be, an ask that I have. We also have a position for a social worker. That is extremely difficult to fill. So a licensed social worker is somebody who has a license in social work, but they have to work under or be mentored by somebody who has a master's in social work. MIDC, and that person with the master's in social work, that mentor, has to get paid for the time that they're providing to the person who's got a licensed social work position. MIDC does not pay that cost, so that would come out of the pocket of the person that we hire. It is not a requirement that we have a social worker on staff through MIDC. So what I'm asking is for a mitigation specialist. It's just a title change. It's not a financial change. But to have a mitigation specialist who is somebody that doesn't need to have the oversight of a master's in social work, that we could have come in and do all of the same things, very similar requirements. And should we need a social worker, we can utilize them on a contract basis, and we have some money set aside for that. I think that's gonna help us fill that role. That person would be somebody who would go talk to a client, get their background, get their history, help them get any type of government assistance or aids that they may need. They'll draft mitigation reports for the time of sentencing memorandums, all under the purview of the lawyer, me, or the lawyer handling the case. So that's gonna be, another change. The last one that we have is a mentorship and fellowship program. So I think that other counties have it, but I think it would be really important for us to tap into the young people who have taken the bar or are in law school and looking for summer internships, and have that person paid $28 an hour for 20 hours a week. That will also create a pipeline for us, right? We can train these people when they're in law school. We can help them practice essentially under a court rule that allows them to do some misdemeanor work under the supervision of a lawyer, so they'll get some actual experience being in a courtroom. They can assist in felony cases to a certain extent. And so I'm going to be asking for the creation of the John Deming Fellowship Program. I don't know if anybody knows John. John is great. He was a great human. His mother was the first female lawyer in the Eaton County Bar Association. His father was a circuit court judge. And I actually met John because I was trying, my first case was supposed to be with another lawyer who ended up getting sick. It was a murder case, and John sat in the back of the courtroom and sent me texts consistently throughout the whole case, and then took me to lunch during the case, and then stayed with me after. So I have and then I ended up, sharing office space with him for 15 years before he passed. So I'm gonna ask for that we create that opportunity. It will make things much easier for us to create kind of that mentorship program to get people here who are eager to learn and to work in this field. So we are ahead of schedule of where I anticipated to be. And we're making some significant strides. We have some interviews with some other lawyers lined up for next week and the week after, but I expect to be fully staffed as an office in the next 2 months.
All right, Commissioner Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, thank you very much for coming and briefing, all right? Before you, we didn't get a brief, and I can tell you from personally, I didn't know it was this bad. I mean, all the work you're doing over there, it obviously was a lot worse than we were led to believe. So I do appreciate that. I know the citizens of this county will appreciate that, right? I mean, if they have to use your services. I would just ask that use the best investigation services you got. However, I hope they are in Eaton County, so we can keep some of that money here in the county. And I love the idea of mentorship. In my past profession, I spent 30-some years, and that was the key thing in building young people and good leaders is mentorship. Constant, consistent, and I love that idea. So I will move everything he says.
Okay, moved and supported. Before we go with any other questions, so Matt, at this point, you've covered items A and B, correct? On the agenda? All right, just so we're all keeping track. All right, Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, just real quick, for the social work position, that was gonna go to can you describe that again? The social worker was gonna move to
A mitigation specialist.
a mitigation specialist?
It's just a change in title, but they will have the same obligations within our office.
Okay, yeah, I get the need. When I do hear about someone that is licensed versus that's not licensed, I wonder what services and capabilities we're losing there. But you did mention that there was, if a need for a social worker was there, there's someone on contract or whatever that you could call.
Yeah, so I think the answer is yes, and we've reached out to some. The other thing is we are sending out less and less cases to the conflict council. So that is gonna free up a significant amount of money eventually, right? Like when I first started, we were just trying to get our feet underneath us. Now that I have a handle on the number of cases that come in and we're staffing more lawyers, our MIDC case counts are well in alignment of where they need to be. So maybe eventually down the line, we can get a licensed social worker or somebody with a master's of social work. But for right now, my thought is we're gonna pull away from sending a number of cases to assigned counsel because we can keep it in-house, we can handle it here. That's what we're here to do, frankly. Sure. And then it's free up some of that money to contract out some other social work pieces if we need to on specific issues.
Okay. And in the interim, what do you guys have like a guideline or some sort of instructions that say like, hey, this is beyond a mitigation specialist. This needs a real licensed social worker's help?
So we do weekly case reviews, in our office. And so it would come up in that circumstance where one of the younger lawyers, or even the older one, it doesn't matter when we're talking about cases, will say, hey, I want this done. And then we'll make that call, like, hey, we should probably send this to this person for these reasons. And then we have a mechanism in place to get that out.
Okay, yeah, it feels like it could be one of those like sticky situations, so I'm hoping that it's as easy as it sounds.
Yeah,
But,
I think it will be. I don't mean to cut you off. I think it will be. I mean, really what we need is somebody to interact with the clients on a real personal level, and then to do a bunch of legwork on their background information or the circumstances that brought them here, drug use, history of the personal history from growing up. Those are the things that we need to flush out and be able to distill down. And even if that person is done with the report and we say, hey, man, a social worker may be able to add some more, then they can piggyback off of that.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we have the administration just address what the impact would be to the general fund? Because there was some impact that was referenced.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned, because I was just going to say, we're only able for the budget amendment today is going to be for Clio. We're looking at laptops, moving those up. They were scheduled for next year. We've been in discussions with Eric about if they can be done this year, because the batteries for the attorneys are really bad. So that's something we're looking at. So for today, what would be moved, you could move because we're ready to do it, is the Clio, which is a budget amendment at the end, but since he's here, we're talking about it. And then the mitigation specialist, we really don't, that's nothing financial. We're just gonna update the job description. So those two could move today. The mentorship and then the legal assistant, we'll package that together so that it's ready for, movement, unless, do you think we could do it by Wednesday?
In my opinion, what we can do is send that to the consultant, at least for the position change. The fellowship, in reality, is taking one of their existing employees and allowing them to work part-time. It is already
So the hope would be to add, sorry.
Yes.
So this is, informally, we've had
Yes.
kind of a pseudo fellowship because we've had so many vacancies that we've been able to work somebody half-time. But now that we're finally getting staffed, it's becoming an encumbrance to be like, oh, I wish I could fill this with an attorney, and we have people that want to get in the door, right? So that's one of the reasons Matt was like, I'd like to create a new lane so I can actually fully staff. Sorry.
But the position already exists, so it would not need to go to the consultant. So we would be able to pull up I can have a budget amendment ready for next week, Wednesday, for that. So yes, and from a cost perspective, there is not an additional cost from the general fund. The cost would be staff time, administrative time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
I was here when we went from contracted public defenders to the office, but I can't remember how it gets funded, because there was a certain formula that the state was going to provide, and then we still had to spend so much money. So I guess I can't remember, because he's going to be moving money around. He's said that a couple of times. So where are we moving money, but how does it get funded to begin with?
Yeah. My understanding is it's set at a rate and time when the law took effect to help build out the public defender's office. Melissa will have that number. I have one in my mind, but I want to hear if hers is the same as mine. Is it 400,000?
It's $448,000
close, okay.
annually, and that does float with inflation. I'm not going to go into all the details on that piece, but it does float at around $448,000, and that is the county's required obligation. MIDC meets everything over and above that until the law changes, which we don't know if it will.
Knock on wood.
That's above my pay grade. So also at this point, what we are using for some of these changes, we don't necessarily have to take this to MIDC for changes in their budget. There's budgetary savings that will occur because we've had transitions from position savings. So that For the fellowship program, it will likely be budgetary savings from some open positions, particularly the social worker that we have not been able to fill. So we would not be increasing the budget request from MIDC, except in the instance of the software. So we need, from the committee, allowance to purchase the software, as well as we'll need to take it to MIDC to double check that they have the ability to give us additional funds.
Okay, that helps.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you very much for all of the work that you've developed in this. I mean, it's really, I'm a little bit with Commissioner Barber. I didn't understand how bad of a spot we were in. I knew it was a bad spot, but this is a pretty incredible transformation. I'd like to make the motion for those changes to take place, as well as the amendment for the software.
Can I ask, since the concern is general fund, would it be okay if it's that encompass the laptops, position changes, sending that to the consultant, and then the mentorship, as long as there's no general fund, and we'll report back what that.
Yeah, as long as
looks like
there's
in
no
total.
impact on the general fund, I'm happy for
We
that.
do
We'll
have
come
a
back with the-
motion already on the floor, though.
Yeah, there's a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Staff-wise, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, as Commissioner Barber's.
I apologize.
Turning our motion on the floor. So is that for items A and B?
So A, B, C, and D are honestly just a preview to the structure he's putting in. The discussion that we just went through is really more of a budget amendment authorization. So we can move it now, and then we just drop that.
I was going to ask that Commissioner Barber speak, since it was his motion.
So A, B, C, and D. And you adequately covered A, B, and
motion I win today, so.
So Matt, you presented A, B, C, and D to us all in one group.
Correct.
Okay, do we need to sort or remove any of those components before we vote? Or can we just move them all together?
Yeah, I mean, you want to move them all together, there's
Okay.
nothing wrong with that.
All right, I want to make sure we can. All right, any further discussion? And before we vote, this is to move it on to what next step? Just for clarification.
All of those items would get implemented, and he could immediately start getting people signed into the contracts and working under that structure. And then for the budget changes, we would move forward with trying to implement, cost them, and then come back with a report. But we're authorized to do it as long as it doesn't dip into the general fund.
All right, everybody understand that? Okay, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Well, Matt, you win.
Thank you. Well, with that, I'm out of here. Friday the 13th is
All right,
great.
thank you.
I appreciate your guys' time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 9, Public Works and Human Services Committee. We've got 4 items on there. Who's going to present these?
Did you want Keith to, or do you want administration to?
Keith or Commissioner Barber, would you like to present these?
Yeah, that was my question to the admin yesterday. I mean, since we changed the agenda, I mean, do you want me to sort of pitch these to you?
If you want, we can do it this week, and then you do Wednesday? Or do you want to do?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, but I didn't prepare detailed notes on like item A, right? It was from the health department. It was requesting that, because that grant they were applying for, they only could do the 10%. And plus, the 10%, it's only a $41,000 grant anyways, so right? That was the number?
Yep.
Like I said, I didn't prepare, so. So the 10% would be $4,100, and they really didn't have the funds in which to come up with that other 5%. So the Public Works Board moved to accept the request to admin fee of 10%.
Any other comments, Ben?
Yep, and then this would be to move it to the full board, where to do an override of that policy is a 2/3 majority at that level. So today would just be evaluating, moving for full consideration next week.
Commissioner Haskell.
From administrative standpoint, does the 10% cover what we think the staff time would be to monitor and handle this grant?
So this is the difficult thing is, some agencies at the state are easier to deal with than others. Some are temperamental and have personalities. This is an agency that has a lot of personality for what you're like, it's a $40,000 grant, you know. I think it's a good program. The health department's aware that we have concerns with it now because of this year's process. I am comfortable with moving forward with this year and then having better discussions farther in advance so that we can kind of give them a heads up if our decision is to not take it up, because it's not that it's not a good program, it's just not a lot of money for the work that goes on. And I feel for the health department too, because when we take the 10%, there's nothing on the table for them. So now they're administering a program without any administrative fee. So I'm good to do it one more year, and then we'll have those conversations in earnest for next year and see if we still bring it back.
I'll move it then.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Commissioner Barber?
Just for the other commissioners, on Wednesday, I will come with more information, because I know it was drop boxes and education, and I'll come with better prepared on Wednesday, so.
And for those not at Wednesday's meeting, there was discussion about amending our administrative fee to, I can't remember how it was worded, but basically the maximum amount that the grant would allow. Is that how we worded it?
Yeah, so staff is going to work on bringing a revised policy for consideration. And it'll either be up to the maximum, or staff's comes with a recommendation based on what they think is the amount of work required for that contractor grant. And so we would come with an initial proposal of like 15, 10, 5, 3, right? And then that way you're starting from a baseline of this is what administration says we believe it will be. And it may be, this is a grant, we think it's a great idea. There's not enough admin, but this is the opportunity, and then it's up to the board to decide if we want to take it on anyway.
All right.
So we'll work on that. That and then probably the fund balance policy are two policies that need to come to this committee in the next month or two. So we'll work on that. The fund balance is now that we're finishing our audit and we're going to know what our fund balance carryover is from the prior fiscal year. It's important that we are all on the same page how we're using anything above the 10% that was set. We had discussed at the time it should be for MERS and our unfunded liability, so we continue making progress, but we talked about putting money into the computer fund and into facilities too. So we'll want to bring both of those with haste.
Okay, so that is not on the table today, but will be in the future, so.
Yeah.
All righty. So we have motion and support. Any other discussion on item A? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, now on to item B, resolution approving local roads and streets improvement millage. Do we have anybody from Road Commission here?
Well, Mr. Chair, you want me to speak on this, or?
You
'cause
may,
there's no one
certainly.
from the road commission here, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, so they brought their proposal of 1.5 mils. It's not a renewal, it's a new. The main reason why it's not a renewal is because there was language change in there. And what it really boils down to is the old millage, the language in there was reconstruct, right? So that millage was for 12 years, so they had to go through all the roads and reconstruct them. So if they come back and they're asking for 6 years on here, but the board, we moved to this board that it would be 10 years, extend that millage to 10 years. But if we kept that same language and we just went with a renewal, what we would end up doing is wasting money, right? Because according to the millage, he would have to basically tear apart a road and reconstruct it that didn't need to be reconstructed, but according to fill his obligation of law, he would have to do that, right? So he changed the language to more so they could become more adaptable, right? So if the road doesn't need to be reconstructed, or it can have some other repair services performed on it, that he could do that more judiciously and save money for all of us, right? And also, he added in the language of draining and ditching, right? So draining and ditching to get the water and everything off the road bed and road surface, which increases the life of the road, right? And hopefully better the roads. I don't know, is there any of those maps in there? I don't know if the other commissioners want to see them. We had a good long, I would say probably 45, maybe an hour-long discussion on Wednesday. If anybody's interested to see that long discussion, it wasn't this one. I was just, go to that slide, if you have that slide, the bar chart. Okay, like this one right here, the one that's on your screen right now. When he was asking, as you can see over here, the far left, that red, so that's very bad roads. So that is still, currently, we have 10.7 miles of very bad, classified as very bad roads. Those are the roads that are set to be worked on this year, right? So that's why when you go to 2027, there is a portion that is very bad, but those were the roads that were done at the very beginning of the millage back in 2013, right? So, but as you can see, he did a 1.5 and then he did a 1 and no work if the millage doesn't pass. This is what he predicts the roads will look like. We will steadily increase on the very poor. So with that, I mean, I would take questions if anybody has questions for me on this or, but.
Commissioner Shaver.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think it's important to note as well that I know that this hasn't been updated yet by the Road Commission, but that this was moved to be on the November ballot. And so I would like to make a motion, I believe we need to move this to the full board, correct? So I would like to make a motion to move this to the full board as proposed in the Public Works with the only amendments to what you would see on the screen today being for the 10 years as well as on the November ballot. I think it's very important to the entire county that we maintain our roads effectively. And the only way that we can do that and protect those dollars that were already spent would be by going with a proposal such as this. It impacts every municipality. It impacts every single township and every single one of our taxpayers that are driving on the roads need to have the assurance and expectation that those roads are improved and they deserve the opportunity to vote on this. So that's my motion.
I support it.
You have support? All right, moved and supported. Commissioner Haskell.
So if we're putting this on the November ballot. What, is that the one that has E-Tran as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then a quick question about the ditching, drainage, culvert kind of work, maybe not culverts, because that was there already. You know, we talked about removing the language of, you know, completely reconstructing the roads, because that would mean that we have to do all the roads. Now, if we're adding in ditching, does that mean that any location that doesn't have a ditch would have to have a ditch, or do we get to be selective on that?
No, yes, he brought up, it's mainly, no, correction. No, if it doesn't have a ditch, he's not automatically gonna put a ditch there, but if it needs a ditch, then they will do a ditch, but it's also just maintenance on the ditches that we currently have.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, again, falling ourselves into a weird language battle, but, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add to that, Commissioner, that the reason for the ditching in some of the locations is actually to preserve the road and make it last longer for drainage. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Commissioner Wright.
Before we get going, I am in Delta Township, and that's the people that I also represent. I will be voting no on this because I felt that at 1 mil for a road millage, that most of the things that now the last 2 months at Public Works and Planning do not affect people in Delta Township. That when we compare the map that was presented for when we started back 2015, compared to the map that's going to go forward in 2025, that the majority work, far majority, not even just a slim majority, is going to go to Out County. And so I'm willing to go 1 mil for Out County. We, several times now, have been told that during the 12 years, that for every dollar that was sent from Delta, that like 25 cents has been going to Out County every year for 12 years. So to run it again at 1.5, with Delta having most of everything completed, other than some coding to our local roads, which is our subdivision type, not the St. Joe, the Kreitz, those are called primary. And then the other is MDOT funding and things like that on those roads. So it's strictly local roads. That's why I'm going to be voting. I would say no, with the caveat that I am not against sending money out to Out County, but there'll even be a greater share, greater percentage now, because it is not needed to spend money to any certain level in Delta. So I'm willing to even go past the 25 cents on the dollar, and at 1 mil, it would still be more than 25 cents on the dollar for the next 10 years. So I'm okay, and I'm just letting you know that's where I'm at, and your Delta Township Board is aware. They've had people here to listen. They are on the public, people that are viewing this meeting, and they are coming to us to talk to us from Delta Township. So,
Commissioner Barber.
Yes, I would like to say, yes. Us out here in the Out County, in the rural areas, yes, local roads are bigger roads for us, or they're dirt roads for us. However, our paved roads, when we get maintenance done on our local roads, it's chip seal, right? Some tar, some rock, some tar. But in Delta, they never get chip seal, right? So when anybody watching this video drives through Delta and wonders how come the road commission is paving subdivisions in Delta, 2 inches of asphalt, when you get chip seal and you have a gravel train truck running down there putting ruts in your road, but you get chip seal, Delta never gets chip seal. Just so you know that, because they don't like rocks, right? They don't want rocks. We get stuck with rocks, ruts, not Delta, but I'm glad you voted no, because that means that you don't trust your voters to vote their conscience on this millage. And let me tell you, there's a lot more roads and a lot more cars in Delta, right? So when your roads go to crap and people stop coming to Delta and start going to Jackson, there's going to be lost revenue. So, but no, thank you very much for your time.
Any other comments concerning Commissioner Moudry?
I have to say that I agree with Commissioner Wright. Okay, my district is dealing with bank drain. Okay, and I want some road improvements in Delta and countywide, okay? So you got to analyze, okay, what will the voters vote for? Will they vote for 1.5? Or will they go, more likely go with something a little less like 1 mil? And the feeling is, matter of fact, I had one person yesterday, no, it was Wednesday, quote exactly what Commissioner Wright said about what Delta got back in the 1.5. And I was kind of shocked. I didn't know that people could recite those numbers, okay? So my position is that I support 1 mil, and it's going to be awful tough for the people of my district that are paying large assessments for bank drain. That seems to always come back to us. There's a lot of bitterness in that, but that is how it is. So I would definitely support 1 mil. 1.5 is going to be tough for me.
Commissioner Haskell?
Yeah, it's not very often that I, break opinion from my crew over here, but I think I will be supporting the 1.5 mil. I hope that this conversation is heard across the county, mostly because over the years and years since I've been here, we've been accused of being subsidized by the county for sheriff services or whatever other services going on, and I think this does kind of show that being the kind of the economic epicenter of the county, that Delta does do and help fund other projects, not just in Delta, parks, whatever else you want to look at. But that being said, I would love for the future for us to find a better model of how we break out these mills, because even if we go down to 1 mil, the disparity between 1.5 or 1 is still going to be disparity. And the only thing I think we're doing if we go from 1.5 to 1 is keeping the same disparity, but making the road projects more expensive later on down the road. And I don't think that's something that anyone here in the room wants to cause us as more expensive roads later on. So I will be supporting the 1.5. I'll probably catch some crap from some folks in Delta Township, but yeah, we just need to maybe be a little bit more creative about this in the future.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Rott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was curious after Public Works meeting, I went back through some of the statements or some of the public comment at Delta Township meetings, and I didn't find not one person that complained about the roads, going way back. If people are going to complain about the roads, they're going to show up to the townships, because roads are one thing that we all care about. And I didn't find one. And going back through this looks to me very similar to the tax allocation millage that would have provided police services, Delta Township, at a lower cost than what they're paying now. Because if this goes down, it's going to cost Delta Township probably double for the roads. And I don't know where you're getting your numbers, but they're not accurate. Because this is going to cost, and you can't do 1% because it's going to cost you, and they're not going to be able to do the work that the Road Commission needs to do. In talking with Matt Hannes, they actually put their own general dollars into a lot of the projects into Delta Township, because auto owners, for instance, that particular job required some additional funds that were not going to be part of the millage dollars that they put in. They put in over $13 million of their own general fund into a lot of these projects. You're not going to get that if this fails. When the roads fail, they fail badly, and it takes way more money to get those roads back up to snuff. And I'm sorry, it's gonna cost Delta a lot of money, just like it's costing Delta for this contract for police services, because there was a campaign against that millage, and it looks like there's going to be a campaign against this road commission too, or this road millage. And I'm sad to see it because it just costs the residents a lot of money. I'm not in Delta, but like I said, if you go back to those public meetings and listen to the public comment, not one, going way back, haven't heard about roads. So I don't understand where this is coming from, because it's gonna cost your residents a lot more money. I understand the idea of these millages. It's bad timing. It is bad timing. I get it. But the alternative is worse if this does not pass. And that's the message that I hope gets out to the residents, because it is gonna cost them, and it's gonna cost your township board a lot of money that they don't have. And so I hope you take that into consideration. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, currently our motion on the floor is for 1.5 mils in the November election. Is there any other language that has yet to be amended or talked?
10 years.
Pardon?
10 years, 1.5.
10 years, yes,
November.
10 years, that's right. All right, certainly, Commissioner Haskell.
So in 10 years, what other millages will this land on with? You know, we kind of talked about being more strategic about how we push millages forward and trying not to load them all up. Do we have any sort of forecast of?
Well, it depends if the other two pass, what duration of time are put on, because juvenile and central dispatch will be millages that get brought before committee next month. So
And traditionally, have those been 10 years?
I believe 6,
Okay.
5, 4, no, it's 5.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Kelly. I got
No,
it.
that's, I think that's important, right? Because it's, and Commissioner Barber and I talked about this previously as well. It's like, man, after going through a budget fight last year and then turn around and saying, wow, we really have to have these millages all pass. Otherwise, we're going through another budget issue and there's 4 in one election cycle. That's tough. But if we can make a decision today that won't put 4 millage approvals on a ballot again, 5 to 10 years from now, it's something we really need to make. So I'm happy to hear it's not the same.
Yeah, for that purpose, I think 10, and the commitment to infrastructure over the long haul is a good way to do that. The parks is up in 2032, and then if the other ones were to pass at the same type of year, it would put them on a good cycle. And part of this is driven because with the reform for elections in Michigan, has really put the burden on locals to pay for any election that occurs in an off year. So Michigan will only reimburse for primary or midterm elections or gubernatorial elections. And what that means is every year, that's where everyone's going to put their millages, is on those even years, because it's a lot of money to run your own election and pay out of pocket for it. So that's long-term, it's a good consideration to keep in mind, because it's not going to get easy. If I could share a couple points that I had brought up during the previous committee meeting, is there are times where you're one community and there's time when you're one county, and infrastructure is one of those things. And I think that was a discussion that's had, is 75 cents on the dollar a good enough investment? Because it's not just about investments in the one community, it's everybody who does business in your community making their way to you, or you coming out into the community to go to an Apple festival or to go to an event, in one of the other out-county communities. So in that sense, it's really a personal decisions commissioners have to make and ultimately voters have to make. But the road quality that you have in Eaton County has been attained by giving the road commission the resources to climb out of the depths of what the condition of the roads were prior to that commitment. I think if you look at this, it's from a property tax standpoint, it's like 0.0036 difference on their property tax bills. And for the payoff being, you not only see an improvement from where the roads are now, but you see a sustained, but you move all of your roads into fair or very good. It's a good decision for the community because you will stand out to your neighbors that aren't investing in their infrastructure in the same way. I want to say for the bank drain district, just know we are still actively fighting to get relief to those homes. So we're actively going through trying to get a $2.5 million grant. If we can get that, I will bring that back to report, and that would be relief that might happen in the next 9 months. And that would go back into the district. It would help the township, the residents, everybody that was part of the assessment process. So we're working with Angela's office to see if we're able to get something like that put together through a grant process with Eagle. And then we also, which Logan's going to talk about, we're still actively fighting for your residents and those residents. And drains, generally, they're killing everybody. The economies of scale hit really hard in Delta, but the tax base is different in Delta. A lot of the other communities are too. And we have been lobbying sometimes as a negative word, we have been pushing for legislative action at the state. They need to reform. And I know that a package of bills have been put forward, some from our district in partnership because it's a bipartisan issue. So you have Republicans and Democrats teaming up to be like, yeah, we really do need more input into the process because the way the code is set up, it's really like a train. And once it leaves the station, everybody's on board whether they want to be or not, right? And so that sentiment is growing. So we're doing what we can, and we are probably taking a more aggressive approach than I think other communities, but hopefully we can get the relief fast enough. But we're coming.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes.
Yeah, my observation, they're calling it, not calling a renewal, but it's a new just because of language, but it's the same amount mills. In a conversation I've had with a farmer, in the last votes on millage increase, they say, well, let's see. They take their paperwork and they look and they say, that is too much money, and they vote no. And they told me directly. So it's going to be as hard to get them convinced as, say, Delta Township people, and I totally get it. It's going to be work, and need to get going on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Barber, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I would just, the public needs to know, and I think the administration should have done this, but when you just had an opportunity to speak, you should have made sure that the public knows that we do have 2 county millages coming off this year, right? I mean, you're not going to feel them before November, but in your winter taxes, they will be off, right? And that is the jail and the medical facility, right? So that is 0.829 of a mill that will be coming off your property taxes that was levied by this county, right? So now, that's not saying about property tax and, adjustments or whatever, but from this county, you're going to receive 0.829 worth of mill coming off your property taxes. And like Commissioner Holmes just said, yes, this is the exact same amount as that you're currently paying right now for roads. So I yield back. Thank you very much.
And I do appreciate, because as soon as I, stopped talking, I was like, man, I forgot to say that. So I'm glad you mentioned it. And, and I said it at that meeting too, to other communities. Like, I think out of the 2 proposals we went through, the feedback from community was figure it out with what you have. And this is what we're trying to do. And also that they need relief, which is why as commissioners, you guys have not made a move to renew a jail millage or renew medical care or anything like that. Both of those were largely tied to infrastructure and build-outs, but still. And so our recommendation to other communities, this is not an opportunity. Don't rush in to try to fill that void. Your residents have spoken. They need tax relief. So our encouragement to everybody, I think unanimously, is save that space. And this will be the last winter tax bill that those are levied. So they will still see it this December, but in the following year, that's when it would come off.
All right, Commissioner Shaver.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. First of all, I understand not wanting to pay more taxes, but to be clear, this is not a proposal to pay more taxes. This is a proposal that is going to continue the good work that the Road Commission has been doing. I'm certain every other person that's watching this or in this room has traveled to other counties, and there are counties that are immediately adjacent to Eaton County, that the road, that the disparity between the condition of the roads, you feel it immediately. You didn't even need to see a sign. I think infrastructure is very important to invest into. To someone's point, the Road Commission has been already investing our tax dollars into road improvements across the county in addition to this millage. I think it's very important to also look at what happens if we don't fund this. And I would say, you know, to Commissioner Barber's point, we, as the administration, we do need that communication, but there's 15 people that sit on this board that represent every single area of the county. And I feel that we have a significant responsibility in not just knowing and understanding why this is important, because I have constituents that immediately won't support this because they want to see every single tax go away. I'm not willing to cut my nose off in spite of myself. And so I've educated myself in these matters, and I've already been talking to all 7 municipalities in my district, because it's important that those villages and townships support this. We don't need township boards and village boards and city councils that are working against things that, to Commissioner Mott's point, are going to cut our nose off in spite of ourselves. If we have to pay, if our local municipalities have to pay these fees out of their budgets, it creates a level of impossibility that will only put them in a position to do special assessment districts, which have already happened in our county, which are already costing taxpayers more money than they needed to if other millages have been passed. I'm not pro more taxes. This is not more taxes. This is a replacement millage. And so I would really encourage my fellow commissioners to reconsider supporting this, because this is a place where we need to lead. I understand there are people that don't want more taxes. I'm one of those. But we cannot stop spending money on good things that are going to cost us more money immediately or later. And I would also lastly like to submit that, you know, for our friends in Delta Township, for most of us that live in Eaton County, in a lot of ways, all roads lead to Eaton, or lead to Delta Township. I was just there last night shopping for clothes for my kids. If we go out to eat, a lot of times it's there, right? They have the most restaurants. My kids get braces put on their mouths in Delta Township. Like, there's a lot of travel back and forth. I travel through 4 townships most of the time from my home to get to Delta Township, and that's a mix of road structures between state, county primary, and local roads, and all of them need to be good. And so there's a benefit to Delta Township residents to having all of our county roads be in the best condition that they can be. And I do think it's important, to Controller Dawson's point, that we look at this as a county-wide thing and not just is what's best for us in our neighborhood. I think it benefits all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Haskell.
Yeah, I think this will be my final comment, then I'm ready for a vote if everyone else is. I really hope the sentiment of, you know, one county continues forward from this. You know, I think it was mentioned previously that with our 3 mil tax limitation proposal, that a particular, you know, campaign was ran that damaged it there, which is very true. But also, I think there has been years and years and years of you know, this talk about Delta getting something. I mean, we even have public comment come up here that are listening to commissioners that have been talking about for decades now, saying, well, why do they have so much representation? And why do they get police? And why don't, it's like, because we're paying for it. So, you know, it's frustrating. You know, I think there's, I mean, even in the special election we had run in here, we had a candidate that was, you know, attacked for being too friendly to Delta Township. You know, if we are one county, let's not just leave it here at the road debate. Let's continue it forward for all the other debates too.
I'd like to make a comment, and that is, in the last 10 years, or the previous 10 years of this last millage for roads, how much development has come about in Eaton County, and not just Delta Township. But without good roads, we can't sell our county. And if we want to get more revenue to ease that tax burden on our residents, we need roads. We need a selling point. And it's not just the stop signs in the city and that kind of stuff, but it's all the road improvements. And while I've been told that there's no new projects, if we have some of these data centers come into Eaton County, we're gonna have to improve our roads for those. So, and we got a battery plant that's not yet complete, and that's gonna tax our roads, no pun intended. But literally, the more traffic we get and the heavier traffic we get, the more abuse the roads take. So we can't ignore them. And I don't think 1.5 mils is that exorbitant, given our progress. And with the understanding, of course, that even though we don't have a crystal ball, we must assume that the cost of everything will go up, especially petroleum products when it comes to asphalt and that kind of thing. So we have to be forward-thinking in this, and I think this is one of those areas. We can't deny this kind of stuff. So I'd hate to think that we're gonna reduce it just because we don't see today the need for more, and then we short ourselves, and then we can't recover from it. So without any other comments or questions, let's go to a vote. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Two noes. All righty. So this goes towards the board meeting next Wednesday. All right, item number C,
Yes.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is for the recycling, resource recovery. Predominantly at the Bellevue recycling spot, right? What they want to do is they want to enter a contract with the volunteer that's there, right, to provide a little bit of pay, so that way that individual continues to come there. But what this does is it gives some relief to that department, right? So now they only have to send one person down to Bellevue with the truck and trailer to conduct the recycling program down there instead of two, right? So this person's been volunteering down there for many years, and the resource recovery just felt this was a good way to allow them to operate more of the hub and spoke without taxing their employees. So I would go ahead and move this.
Ordered. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm on a roll. I'll just go with the trust fund too. I mean, at this
You have
point,
the
I'm
floor,
starting
Mr.
to wonder. Big cost saving. Okay, so, all right, so, Parks is request is for the Parks to submit, for the DNR trust, grant, right? This is for the railroad grade that starts in Charlotte at the granary, right there at Cochrane, and it runs all the way out to the next granary on 50, which is close to Crandall Lake Park, right? So the idea is that we secure this and create a trail, well, the Parks Department in conjunction with a few other organizations, create a trail from Charlotte all the way to that park to the new entrance, which isn't there yet, but it will be in the next few years, on Flanders. So this way, more people can participate at that park from Charlotte. And it would join Charlotte with that park to make it a better community for all.
Just a little bit more information. We had a meeting on it yesterday afternoon that I hadn't gotten to talk to you about yet. So the grant application will just be for the acquisition of the property. It won't be for any of the development or improvements. It'll be only for the acquisition. Ethan and I are gonna start working on the grant pretty soon here, so we'll have numbers for you on Wednesday. But I can tell you that it likely will be under $1 million, so our match would be 250 or less, would be the approximate numbers. But we'll have the real numbers for you for Wednesday.
And the matching funds for that grant come from?
From the Parks millage.
Parks millage, which is what the intention of that was. And with the understanding that what we were purchasing is the footprint of the railroad track, none of the equipment, none of the rails, none of that stuff. And hopefully, it will be cleared up or all removed before we even start doing anything with it, correct?
Well, this is just for the acquisition. This isn't
Right.
for any work. So
Right.
we would acquire it and then we would work out something for, to remove all of the rail.
Okay, all right. And then we've already been told that the current owner wants to salvage that
Correct.
material. Okay, so that's a huge cost. Okay, I'll start with Commissioner Shaver.
Yes, can you just reference, I understand that the purchase of this is, our 25% match would be from the Parks millage and that fund. Just thinking about legacy things, obviously I support infrastructure and our parks. I think that they're wonderful. I just want to make sure that we don't get ourselves into a legacy problem. We deal with a few of those at the county right now. Is this going to represent any general fund dollars for liability, for maintenance, for securing that in the meantime before things are developed? I just want to make sure that we understand what decision we're making.
Let's both do it. I think while we have a Parks millage, we have a unique opportunity to look at the framework of what do we want the Eaton County Parks to look like over this duration of time. But discussions that we've had with Ethan and with Parks directors is there's no guarantee of a renewal potentially. And so part of the mindset that we have is, one, you want to balance building out programmatic things that can pay for themselves, right? So like, for instance, we have the summer camp, and if ever there was a point where there was no millage money available, maybe we start charging for parking again. Maybe we start charging more for summer camp and other programs, and looking at, are there ways for parks to have a sustainable future that's based on the activity and service that they are providing to the public? But in the case that at the end of the millage, the board decides to renew it and that's passed, I think we would be building into the framework of what we think the parks should be for a county our size, to attract people to live here, and then also for the residents that currently reside here, giving them opportunities to get out and be with nature and connect with their communities. So I think generally, I don't think we're past that point. This really would work well on building on the work that's going to be done in Crandall Park, which is a large project that we have a strategic plan that is in the process of getting implemented. I think it complements it. But it's a good question to ask every time we start approaching an acquisition with the parks, just to assess it between now and 2032.
So the insurance would just become part of our regular liability insurance policy, just like all the parks are now. And we do also currently have a trail that we've owned for years, the Paul Henry Trail up by Vermontville. So it wouldn't operate any differently than what that trail does.
Commissioner Haskell.
And as far as funding goes as well, even outside of our own parks millage, there's usually some state grants and stuff like that you can be found for waterways and trails. I think a lot of the funding actually goes through our tri-county planning for that. So there's other avenues should the parks millage not be able to support it. In fact, I think this rail is tied into some of the maps that we've looked at in tri-county planning. Yeah, it is, okay. So it's part of a grander plan for the region as well.
Commissioner Christensen, did you have your hand up?
My question was answered, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, we have a motion on the floor.
Do we have a motion? Was it
We
moved?
did? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll move it, or if you want to. Yeah.
All right, moved and supported. Now we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion, comments, questions? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Barber.
I was just going to thank the chair for, that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
And a fine job it was.
And I'll be here for the rest of the meeting, too.
Yes. All right. Moving on to item 10, Equalization and Property Description Director. Can we do this one first? Oh, okay. Tim, my apologies. I'm getting all kinds of hand motions that we want to take a break. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we will recess until, let's say 10:50. Does that sound good? All right. All right, we'll bring this meeting back to order. We're not quite halfway through, but darn close. So good morning, Tim. Sorry to interrupt your report, but you now have the floor.
First of all, we have a resolution to approve the appraisal services company that we've been using for about 10 years. And that's at maximum of $26,600 for this coming year. And they've been working out really well, so we would recommend that we continue that contract because they do an excellent job.
Okay.
So any
Is that
questions?
amount proposed, is that an increase at all?
It's an inflationary increase of roughly 3%. So we typically do increase that by inflation, cover costs.
It's moved. Do we have support? Moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, next item, Tim.
Then we had a PA 116 release. They're just releasing the area where the house and the buildings are on the farm. So they're gonna keep the rest of the farm part of the property in the program. So it's roughly 2 acres they're releasing from that program. And that's gone through all the jurisdictions and through review. And that should be recommended to the full board. Pretty typical that they do that.
Do we have a motion to support? Moved and supported. Now, Tim, when a property is released from PA 116, there is a financial burden attached to that, correct?
Yeah, I think they have to go like 7 years back for the benefit that they receive from the state. It doesn't really affect the county any. It has to do with the state income tax part of it. They get a tax credit essentially. So
Okay.
they have to do reimburse that for that.
All right, and in order to do that, the township has to approve it, and it moves up this way and culminates with the state. All right, Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, just, so, the barns in the fields were all in one, or are
Yeah,
they
they're all
split?
Pretty typical. They're gonna actually split off that
Split off?
portion of the property where the house and the barns
Okay.
are, and they're all right by the road essentially.
Oh, okay, I was just double checking.
It works out pretty good. Yep.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right, moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, anything else, Tim?
That's it.
Thank you very much for your patience,
Thank you.
unlike some of our commissioners. All right, moving on to item number 11, Technology Services Director. Good morning, Eric.
Good morning, everyone. I have no action items for you today. This is just informational. Technology Services met this month with representatives from Verizon Wireless. The purpose of that meeting was just to discuss some of the concerns that we have of essentially cellular and data coverage in pockets of our community that that could be improved, could have better options. So we met with them. Nathan put together a series of essentially hotspot maps for them, or heat maps, if you will, basically to showcase where we have a lot of success in the community with Verizon coverage, and where there's some areas that we feel could use some improving. They were very receptive of that. They've taken that data back to their engineers. They've reached back out, briefly with, they have some build-out plans. It looks like they have approximately 5 to 6 sites within our community that they are looking to expand infrastructure, put new towers up or small cell to increase that. But they are still going to work on the existing infrastructure to see if they can make improvements to that. So hopefully that'll improve coverage, at least for Verizon Wireless within our community. Any questions about that?
Any questions? Seeing none.
Okay. Next thing I wanted to talk about, the acquisition of the new Axon equipment under the new contract. Technology Services is doing a fantastic job of getting that equipment rolled out. The Delta units are about 50% completed of the in-car technology. The Sheriff's Department has done an excellent job of getting the body-worn cameras deployed out to officers and getting those replaced. And the TASER equipment, we're still waiting for some of that equipment for arrival. So kind of with the three-part step of that rollout, we're well on our way to that, and I suspect that should be completed. Don't hold me to this, but hopefully May, June at the latest. That should all be implemented and well underway. Also, something that we're doing now, replacing our vulnerability scanning. So vulnerability scanning is something that we've been doing for years here at the county. We've made it the option to transition away to a different, from our current vendor to a new solution. We actually inked that deal, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. It was something that was already in the budget. It was just essentially changing from one vendor to another. So no budget amendment needed for that. But it's a product that we've actually used before through the state of Michigan and the FOC audit. It's a product that their vendor used. We've seen a lot of value in that. It'll expand our capabilities of doing vulnerability scanning internally within our network, and we're looking forward to getting that set up. We have, I think, our kickoff meeting next week with the vendor to get that configured on our network and start putting that to work. Also going through budget preparations for the 26-27 fiscal year. We've met with pretty much every department at this point. Things that we're focusing on, part of the capital improvement plan, looking at expenditures there, seeing if there's any things that curveballs, if you will, that we need to look at that weren't addressed in the previous 6-year plan. We've also had a vendor in yesterday to look at actually some of the boardroom technology in this room, our courtrooms, our meeting spaces, kind of doing an assessment of, kind of the vintage, some of the problems and concerns that we're having in those spaces, and putting together some project plans for investments or upgrades where needed and appropriate. So that's something else that space is not currently represented on our capital improvement plan to date. That is something that may be considered to be added going forward, depending on the expenditures, going forward of what those refreshes look like. Other thing that we're seeing now too in preparation of the budget is quite an elevated cost in computer replacements now. And a lot of that is current prices for hard drives and RAM, the components of those computers. We're seeing anywhere from 30 to 40% increases cost of computers of what we were paying for previously. So we're looking right now, evaluating, the recommended computers and devices that we have in the next fiscal year, looking for cost savings of projects for this fiscal year, and potentially trying to buy ahead and save on that savings curve to expedite that. So as we get closer to that, we'll bring that to the board for consideration. But budget-wise, we're looking in a good shape. Things that we have projected, that we've presented time and time again, we're within that inflationary, fluctuation that we've predicted so far. So we're looking good there. And then I briefly touched on it, but we're also heavily working on the capital improvement plan, forecasting that against 6 years. And then kind of the main focus of that plan, just for those, that want a refresher of kind of what we're focusing on, is our core infrastructure, which is kind of our, you talked about your physical roads earlier. That's kind of our digital highway here on campus, of investing in that infrastructure, making sure that we're keeping that updated and secure. Cybersecurity, public safety technology, our digital storage, computers, and our licensing costs. So those are the main things that we're focusing on in our capital improvement project plan. And that's really what I had.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Derek, for your report. I think I've forgotten, but are we done now supporting the health department with technology?
No, we're still fully supporting them.
Okay, are we looking forward to the next year of doing it as well?
So I believe the board, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're under contract to do that through 2027.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we're working with the health department to look at alternatives. We're still working with vendors now of, creating, separating, the two entities from a digital space. We're actively working on that. I actually have a proposal due to me today for one component of that, but we still technically have a fiscal year, to get those separated, and then we can reassess going forward if we continue, to work with them as, a service provider for their network.
Because I know that they also took a substantial hit in resources to operate the Berry District Health Department last year. So, it's just another thing that they have to work with over there. And I'm not on Board of Health, so I don't hear all the.
Yeah, so we're doing the same things for that, unit, as well as, going through forecasting computers, hardware, software for them, building out, it's an unofficial capital improvement plan for them, looking at their core infrastructure, their switching, their wireless, and giving them, a 5 to 6 year forecast for their expenditures going forward as well. Even if we're not, in a place that we're supporting them, it's still good for them to do good business and understand what we feel their projected costs are going to be.
Are we doing okay with the technology that we have to work with for the support of our deputies in the command up in Delta now that we've switched that around?
Yeah, so I mean, it's the same technology that we've been using, new investments, so such as Axon, they receive that same technology upgrade, just as, staff working here in this facility, or out of this facility. So yeah, I mean,
That's
everything is.
working out.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Derek.
Yep.
Eric.
Commissioner Barber?
Yeah, Eric, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me this time. Are we looking at our website in which to, because I don't foresee this board opening the offices up on Friday to the public again, right? I mean, even though they can schedule appointment, but are we constantly looking at our website for improvements so like people can start scheduling appointments online, and possibly streamline it so we could do more function? They possibly could do everything they need online and off our website instead of having to come in here to make it better for them?
No, that's a great point. And that's something we kind of really all looked at as an organization, probably a year ago, bringing that back up again. And it is something that I would love to see and how we can more streamline that. And, even doing scheduling of appointments, it's kind of what I've, basic feedback that I've gotten from some departments is it's a mixed feeling of what they can schedule for as appointments going in and scheduling, what that comfort level is going to be. But I would say there's definitely opportunities to do more streamlined online services where some things still have to be a traditional, in person. But yeah, I'm completely open to looking at how we can streamline online services.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric? Commissioner Shaver?
Eric, thank you. Along the lines of what Commissioner Barber was asking, has there been any thought into creating an app version of the website? Should we be able to schedule appointments, et cetera, from that?
I mean,
Is there a huge cost to that?
It's something I guess I haven't really looked at as a specific app to do that for different departments, but it's something that we could look into of what options could be. But are you looking for just something for a specific app to schedule with specific departments rather than having to traverse through the web pages?
Well, I'm not giving you any direction. I'm just asking a question. It seems like there are other levels of government, right, that use the web and or an app that accompanies that to be able to not just gain information, but also be able to schedule appointments, to be able to, maybe receive push notifications, et cetera. So I don't think it would be specific for a department, but more cover the I don't want to say important because everything we do is important, but highlight the ones that need increased connectivity because, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, our culture wasn't as technologically based as it is today. And I remember not that many years ago, like having to go stand in line at the Secretary of State, for instance, and, be able to, wait for 4 or 5 hours to get an appointment. They've streamlined that with, appointments that you can make ahead. I know that would maybe shift some burden from staff always being available to, just having that, even those face-to-face meetings scheduled. It would change some things here at the county, obviously, but I think that may be some ways that we could, mitigate some of the increasing costs is to use technology to do that. I just didn't know if I'm new, so I didn't know if that had been part of a previous discussion or not.
No, those are all good, valid points. I mean, something I think we could immediately do is even look at analytic data of our current website and look at where web traffic is and what constituents or residents are using. And maybe use better, I'll call it prime real estate on the homepage, or, a few layers deep into our website, or possibly restructuring the website to make that workflow, a better experience for constituents. So, using some of the data to make data-driven decisions and, to create efficiencies, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns with Eric? Well, you did a fine job, Eric.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else we need? Oh, we got that no. No, all you had was a report.
He's staying up there for me.
Oh. Is there something you want to add, Logan?
I mean, I could, to your point, Eric and I have had the discussion about an app. What does that look like with our current structure with Civic Plus? Looking at some of the data analytics that you see on your screen right now, being able to see where we're failing, where people are really striving to access specific things. It gets a little tricky with our contract with Civic Plus. What kind of systems do they have in place? But once we get through the ADA Title II changes at the end of April, and we make sure we're in full alignment, and the AudioEye has had a full year at least of addressing some of those issues. Eric and I have talked about, what can we do to make this easier, make it better for specific departments. To your point, it was a great point about relief from staff having to deal with specific things, but also relief to residents who maybe it's not so easy for them to get in here. This old courthouse that maybe doesn't have complete ADA compliance because it's grandfathered in from 50 years ago. It's all great points. That is on our docket, a scary thing on our docket, but it is on there that we're looking at. So just a great point. But also, Eric is staying up here. I'm going to jump through my part of my report, and I'll circle back because he was already up there. We're going to talk about the AI policy we've been working on. Very briefly, we just wanted to get a draft in your packet for you to look at, ask us questions or concerns today, but also over the next month. Same thing, reach out directly to Eric or I at the Controller's Office for specific feedback on this policy if you have additions or questions in terms of how it's structured. But I wanted to highlight a couple of things, and Eric, I think, same thing. But basically, in talking to other municipalities from counties, cities, and the state and some of their departments, looking at a policy that sets sort of a guidepost waypoint for this AI, not only acquisition or machine learning acquisition of certain aspects of any department's job, but also we know that generative AI is being used, whether that is for research, whether that is for drafting documents. There's some telltale signs that you can identify in some work products. So we wanted to make sure that the Board of Commissioners sort of had a guidepost sort of looking into the long term, but it was wide enough to where, there's not going to be immense staff burden in terms of trying to manage this. But AI offers a lot of great opportunities for efficiency, but it's also great security risk, legal and ethical risks involved too. And so basically this looks at empowering the Controller's Office, the board, Eric's department. If there's acquisition from whether it's software or whatever it might be, from looking at grammar to generating any sort of documentation or automation, it has to pass through these departments first, which typically it does, but we want to set that standard now. But also keep making sure that this board is fighting for that terminology that you see in here of human in the loop. That's this. It sounds silly, but it's literally saying if you produce a document for residents for this body, for whatever it might be, make sure that humans are participating in the design, final publication, whatever it might be, the learning aspects of the AI as you feed it information, you are a part of that, and that final work product that comes out as published, you keeping the human in the loop the whole time. It sounds obvious and silly, but to have that guidepost is very important. And it also empowers department heads specifically. If a work product comes out and you say, you did not spend the time I think you should have spent on this, or you use generative AI to maybe do most of this, and I'm seeing some deficiencies, let's work on how you're using this system. As well as if you're implementing specific data that shouldn't be implemented into an AI system, that whether that's HR information, personal information, whatever it might be, you're feeding that machine, that algorithm, data it does not have any right to have, and there is some liability issues there. And so that was one of Eric's main points to try and make sure we have a cap on that. But really, this is a pretty bare bones policy, just sort of setting guidelines as best as we can and empowering the controller's office and this board and the department heads to have a sort of muscle behind making sure that this is being used appropriately as much as we can. I think inevitably this is going to have to grow and get more specific, but we wanted to try and start somewhere. And I know this took a long time to get in front of you, but our plan is next month, finalize this language, make sure what we're promising within it is doable officially, get some feedback from the board if we can, as well as some departments. I know Court Administrator Etzel has talked about reviewing this, seeing how this makes sense for their operations, and get a final version out to you next month to vote on. Eric, do you have anything you want to add? I know I just kind of threw a lot of verbiage out there.
No, you're spot on. So, I mean, just so we're all very clear in this of expectations, for the transparency and accountability part specifically, this current policy, if we're talking about just open AI, so a public ChatGPT, a Copilot, things of those nature, unless you level up as an organization to have a paid-for subscription, it greatly reduces the amount of auditing and audit trail that you can have in that. So from a compliancy standpoint, as an organization and department heads, it will be difficult in some cases to track some of this. But as far as software, like an integrated AI piece in a software, that would have a log or audit trail in that to look at what that piece of software is generating and what the output is, and if AI is used for that to kind of complement what Logan was saying, there still should be human in the loop or fact-checking whatever derivative product is happening out of that software piece. So I just wanted to, that's kind of one of my biggest concerns is of, it's going to be fluid of how we audit and log movement of AI in usage, but this is going to rely heavily on ethics, in my opinion, of just to keep the guardrails and the bumpers in place to navigate through this.
Okay, Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, thank you guys for spending so much time on putting this together and getting it in front of us. I definitely like the idea of the keeping the human in the loop as a cornerstone in the policy. I have had some. I see how beneficial the tool could be, particularly we've talked about it with reports coming from public defender's office or police or whatever. Where I do have some hesitation there is that these models are trained off of human work and experience, right? And humans are particularly flawed in general. And there's been a lot of reports about AI models, even themselves, having unconscious biases against particular demographics or people of color. So I want to make sure that whatever tools we are picking up are properly vetted for that. And then on top of that, this is, I guess, a more humorous example, but I just a week or two ago, I think after the last time we talked about AI, article came in front of me that said, something about a city that was using an AI tool to generate police reports had in the report a officer entering a apartment building and then morphing into a frog because there was a frog in a terrarium or something like that in there, and the AI tools just was like, so these things are, like I said, I can see the benefit and where the time savings are, but I'm very cautious to get ourselves into a position where it becomes, we need it to do the job, and it's already a flawed tool.
I think, part of the scary thing here for Eric and I in talking about the initial draft of this was probably 3 times as large, and we parsed it back down, maybe arm wrestled a little bit, but we were pretty much on the same page. Is some of these systems are not only inevitable, they're already here and you might not even realize it, but that would be an example of, I hope that when they reviewed that report, the human in the loop caught the frog and said, oh, we need to fix that immediately. So yeah, I think there's great benefit to using these. I think it's already in use, but finding a way to have some expectations from this body on what a work product, I use that loosely, is being sent out to the public.
Yeah, I use the frog as like a humorous example, right? But I'm more concerned about the unconscious bias stuff that we won't catch, or that we have to be really, really almost spending just as much time reviewing the report to try to the pull out. It's particularly when you're talking about anything in the criminal justice process.
Okay, Commissioner Wright.
Just might throw in here, Logan and Eric, that CEI, CMH, we've spent the last 2 months getting conversations on AI, because another aspect is therapist notes and things like that, and they're worried about the way AI wants to slight different situations, and how much you want to give them of the personal information, and recording meetings, and putting it through AI and producing case notes and things like that. So there's a lot of good things in AI. And then I guess we're going to know, as it rolls out and use some of those examples that may pop up. And our concern at CMH is those personal HIPAA things. So I'm sure we have the same thing over here with things that we have to talk about in HR and problems. So yeah, these guardrails, best we can do at the current moment until we gather more information where we need to tweak policies and, make sure that the humans are actually there.
As best we can, anyway.
Yeah.
Commissioner Woodry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You guys are the experts, okay? Is there a way, when I'm dealing with an AI chat agent, is there a way that I can reach into the computer and choke the agent?
I'll circle back next month and let you know.
Okay, if there's a code or something, I needed it this week.
We don't want to advocate violence here, Commissioner.
Well, it's an AI person, so it's a non-person person.
Virtual. I have a question, and I heard a comment about this, and I don't know if this is a state or federal thing, but how much interaction can AI have with FOIA requests?
What a good question. I'm looking at you, Controller.
I'd love to research it, maybe throw it into AI and come back with an answer. I'm kidding, but we really can look into that. So I wasn't going to say it, but I will since you asked. So one integration of AI we are looking at is Axon does have a software program that does like a synopsis summary of body cam videos. And what that does, it can be used for the prosecutor's office and for the public defender's office. And it would just let them know, like, there's a knife present in this video at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Doesn't mean the attorneys are just never going to watch a video. It just means that they'll have kind of a table of contents. And it's pretty smart stuff, and it's been integrated into public defender's offices and other parts of the county. But we are trying to not throw everything at Eric all at once and his team, because we really appreciate them and value their sanity. So that will probably be something that we'll look at through the budget process, because we have to coordinate it between prosecutor's office. But both seem interested in what that would look like. So for FOIA, I could see maybe something like that. But whether or not that would be something that we could give to the public, I don't know. We'd have to look at the licensing restrictions that Axon puts on it. My guess would be is that they wouldn't let us do it because they want everybody to buy their product, but I could be wrong.
to Commissioner Wright's point, I was watching a YouTube video on a guy that was talking about this very subject, and his thing was, and what he thinks is going to come from the feds, but basically, you can program a bias into your AI by how you approach it. And if there's a bias in the AI, then that's going to affect the FOIA request response. And so his feeling is that at some point they're going to have to rule against using AI for FOIA requests at every level. So whether we need to be proactive in that or wait for it to come down, I don't know, but certainly it's something worth considering.
Yeah, and even before the AI revolution, like a lot of people used preset modules to try to filter out applicants and stuff, and those have generated lawsuits in the private sector where organizations had to pay out money because, correct, so at some point there are functions where, yeah, you might be able to get a computer to do it, but you're probably better off not outsourcing that, because at the end of the day, it's better to have a person with judgment and understanding to go through it, someone you can discipline. What are you gonna do, unplug the bot for 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reboot.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions for Eric or Logan on this? All right. Is that?
I got one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right.
Commissioner Shaver.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your guys' work on this. I think this is kind of the new frontier that has to be managed. I think it's also important to note, in discussion with this, you can't really hold AI responsible for anything. So within our policies of how this is used or not used, whether it would be with FOIA or any department or elected office, it's the individuals that are using it that are responsible. It's the old kind of thing where you can delegate tasks, but you can't really delegate the responsibility. The responsibility, and I think this, and I'm not saying it's not reflected in this policy. I've read through it twice. I'd like to read through it a few more times. I'd just like to make sure that as much as our policies can, they reinforce the responsibility of the user. Because as someone that delegates responsibility in different venues of different organizations, you can sort of pass blame onto an employee sometimes. It's not the best leadership principle, et cetera, but you can't really ever pass that on to artificial intelligence. I don't think that would hold up in any sort of a discussion. So I think it's important, I guess what I'm saying is I think it's important for our policies to reinforce the fact that, yeah, this is a tool. It can be a good tool. It can also be a tool that holds certain biases that we don't completely understand yet. But the end responsibility for that tool usage is on the user and ultimately on the county. So I think our policies should reflect as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Just add to that, we have in there a section about discipline as because you are spot on. And in fact, all things IT, this is a roadblock sometimes, because realistically, we can't discipline and fire a large amount of county employees because they reside either under constitutional elected officials or statutory, right? So there are limitations on that. And this is the type of stuff that's never fun to police internally, but at the same time, they have real consequences. One of the examples was, not here, but an attorney that had submitted a document and got thrown in their face because the judge is like, these aren't even case references. It's AI hallucinated and just made up false, case law, and so a judge is outrageously furious that you're coming in here with this trash document, essentially, when people's lives are on the line, right? So those are really important. I know court has always been great in analyzing the policies we put together. So this will be continued partnership with the elected officials and saying, don't know what it looks like for your office. Sheriff's office has a lot of rules and procedures that far exceed and go in detail in ways that's unique to their operations. So I think everybody's gonna have to figure out how it looks for them, but we deal with sensitive personal information, so we've got to be good stewards with it. Yeah.
Anything else? All right, does that conclude your report?
No.
No? Logan's not done yet.
I'm not done. Eric's done. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Eric.
I will be swift, I promise. You'll see the typical data analytics. We saw an uptick in engagement across all platforms, including the website in February. That's including bot traffic, but that is typically, it's a high news month. We had a terrible incident in Delta Township that drew a lot of attention to our social media as well as our website. A lot of traffic, slight traffic increase, but that drove a lot of it into the news area of our website. And you did see, once again, the bot traffic increase as well, and as well as in the controller's office with Ben's appointment and Connie's retirement, that drew also a lot of attention. But I do want to kind of jump here to an update on our community project funding requests this year to the state and federal government. You'll see a breakdown. Before I jump into that, I did get late last night an email from the Department of Justice on our security funding, which we secured last year. They have finally announced the process with that burn discretionary grant, so we're gearing up to deal with that. So sorry, Melissa. But excited to see that finally come to fruition, and so I'll be working closely with Eric and Chad on implementing a lot of that. But as for this fiscal year, before I jump into a lot of these asks that we did this year, big shout out to Chair Mott for all of his help and guidance and not being afraid to make tough phone calls. Same with Commissioner Christensen for all your help getting what is 15 to 20 support letters in a day from the community, basically leveraging everyone you know to try and do that. And Commissioner Shaver for doing the same thing that Chair Mott did to identify new inroads to try and secure funding. We need to be talking to all of our representatives, and I appreciate you helping make those inroads. So I'll very quickly go through these requests. A lot of them you already know about. We need a new animal control shelter. That is a mandated piece of infrastructure that you are responsible for. We have submitted that to the state and federal. The Senate will be later this month, as well as ADA compliance infrastructure for this building, specifically the 2 elevators, the inmate and public elevator, as well as ADA accessible door access buttons and arms. We are woefully deficient in that, but our building is old. I did talk several times this week and just got final confirmation about an hour and a half ago from the USDA on qualifications for the federal nexus with community facilities grants. Both of those projects fit perfectly within that. And so I got confirmation, which I need to send out to Congressman Barrett and Senators Slotkins and Peters, who all of which have expressed a willingness to potentially sponsor these as well. On the state side of things with the animal control shelter, Representative Gina Johnson and Representative Whitwer and Senator Anthony Bolt all got this application. Senator Anthony is, at this point, is not sponsoring it yet. Representative Whitwer is, and Representative Johnson is looking into how she can best sell this essentially at the House level as well. As for Eaton County Missing Middle Housing Fund, I might ask Controller Dawson in a few minutes here to jump in on that. That's kind of his brainchild, as well as the Bank Inter-County Drain Project. Again, both at state and federal side, we are asking for more funding. Typically with our state requests, more so than the federal requests, they say, at least in the last couple of years here, tell me everything you want, ask for the moon, and we'll see what we can do. Stateside, it's more what they'll tell me what they're willing to sponsor. I can still ask for the moon, but they'll tell me whether or not they're going to go for it. And so that kind of structures the differences here and why you don't see a lot of copying over. But Bank Inter-County Drain was one thing that both sides looked at trying to secure funding for. On the federal side, it gets a little complicated. We tried to go a different route with an Economic Development Initiative program. It does fit in there, but not at that funding level, they don't think. And so working with Senator Peters' staff, we're looking at EPA STAG grants now for that. Of course, I'm saying all this knowing that everything you see here is a long shot, obviously, but we have to ask. And so that's kind of where those projects lay. There's also a security infrastructure piece, kind of an expansion of what we did last year and got funding for. in terms of working with the security desk personnel here and also at the youth facility, looking at some of that equipment that is aged out or we procured used for free that is now very old, such as the bag scanners, metal detectors, and other training equipment and security equipment as well, working with the security desk from the sheriff's office there on very quickly turning around what is another funding mechanism we may want to try and go for. That was submitted to Representative Whitwer and Representative Johnson to consider. We haven't heard back yet. And so I know I just threw a lot out there. I'm going to let the controller maybe talk about that missing middle housing fund a bit.
Yeah, we have put this out there anytime we're asked if we have priorities, we include it, but it's never been the thing that we pushed. But I want to just speak on it so that, you know, as you have discussions in your communities and stuff, we can just highlight it, because I do think housing for that's accessible to lower and middle income families, like a family should be able to move to a community and afford it with a 2-income household. And if they can't, then you have a deficiency in supply in your community. So when I think about where we're at from a revenue basis, and you had mentioned this, Brian, too, about development commercially, residential is also a good, strong path forward for that. So if we have opportunities, I think we will continue if we have the support to ask for that type of money. If we were to have gotten 20 million, or if we do, or if we get 2 million, it would be on a case-by-case basis who wants it, right? So we're not going to go to a township that's not interested in having a subdivision or something put in. But we could come up with a program where maybe we waive all the permitting and you know, engineering fees associated with the project, or we say we'll give you 15 to 20,000 per home. You know, it would really be in partnership with the locals that were interested in doing it. But our goal would be to create housing opportunities to attract people to the community. And then also, when you look at like rollbacks and stuff, new residential housing is included in the calculation that goes into deciding whether or not what level of a hit we get. So it really does play into the work that happens in equalization when Tim has to go through and evaluate our figures each year. So it's a lot of wins, and housing is kind of like the local equivalent of our MERS. It's a thing where you could just keep throwing resources at it, and you're just going to nip it little by little, but every step forward you make is progress, because homes will continue to go up in price because there's not enough of them, and there's not as much homeowner turnover. And, you know, so we could spend all day talking about it, but at the end of the day, probably the best way that we could be partners in that is to reduce the costs so people are willing to come and do developments here. And then sometimes that gives you a little say in the quality of the development too, if you're putting money on the table. Because so anyway, so that'd be a good problem, I think, to have, would be to have some money and being able to partner with locals that were interested in adding housing stock.
Any questions, comments? Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question about the animal control shelter. I mean, I know there's many things that we need in this community. You'd mentioned that that was something that was mandated on us. Is that mandated because of the animal control ordinance that we have, or is that mandated by something at the state level? Just to be clear for those that are watching.
Yeah, and
I can talk to it. Yeah, we had a legal opinion drawn up when we were going through the assessment process, because the entire program was on the evaluation. And what we had found was, while enforcement of our ordinance was optional, which is why the sheriff doesn't have to enforce it, because it's optional, having a facility in order, because you have animals that are tied up in the judicial process and the legal process, so we have to have a facility available for that portion of the justice system. So that's also, when we looked at animal control as a whole, it was the building that really put it up for discussion of cuts, was because even though it was only a couple of staff that we had, which wasn't enough at the time, ultimately, like, a price tag of a $2.5 million building really made it difficult to get investment for it. So we have been trying to get this funded, which is good, because I think because of the fact it's been going through multiple appropriation cycles, people are starting to understand why it is so important. So I really love the letters of support and the momentum. Hopefully we might get something, yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with the dog law, I think 1918, and our ordinance built on that, and then there was another mandate around, yeah.
I just didn't want the public to get
Thank you,
confused
yeah.
because we use, we describe these things a little bit back and forth, and I understand that they're nuanced, but I just don't want it to seem like there's double talk because there's not. There's defined mandates, et cetera, at different levels. Thank you.
And to be clear on this building, we have to deconstruct what we have and put up a whole new facility, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the cost, working with Chad, looking at each phase of what that would look like, how quickly we could get it done, and how much that's gonna likely cost. And there's no guarantee either that, like, we asked for $2.5 million. That does not mean we will get it. It depends on how they want to qualify it in the subcommittee. Talking to USDA, they're like, yep, you could get funded at least 55% of this project to the whole thing, depending on how it shakes out in committee, so.
Well, I'd just like to throw out to those people that are watching this meeting on YouTube that have their hands in that process of millages and grants, that we only asked for 100,000 for the youth facility and got 10 million. So if they would continue that trend, we'd be very pleased. So Commissioner Wright.
I just want clarification. When we had to have a very tight budget situation back during the great financial crisis, we were told that we don't have to go pick up dogs, but if there's a dog bite that gets into those legal situations, that we have to be able to secure them or do something to, because we don't know if they have rabies or, whatever's going to come up in a court case. So I think we have to do something. It's not optional. I don't think so because of those situations.
Yeah, that's part of it. If there's a dog bite or anything like that occurs that's going through the justice system, that animal is housed at animal control. The quarantine process, because we need to test them for rabies or whatever it might be, that's run through animal control. It's not just strays necessarily,
Right.
but it's, yeah, that's part of the reason why it's necessary. And to that point, we could bare bones it and try and do that, although this building isn't gonna last for that even bare minimum purpose. If we did that, the cost of the equipment and the training and the actual process of dealing with those cases and such is going to fall on the other local municipalities. And that's why we saw sort of a huge upswing in support for trying to get this done, in the hopes that if we can get a new facility, hopefully the sheriff can find a way to, look at operations of animal control and try and make it easier for those local municipalities to work with us on those.
Okay, what year was that building built?
1984, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we ever asked that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we moved this, and Logan and I have been going back and forth quite a bit last month or so because these deadlines have gotten changed. Congressman Barrett's office called and said, hey, they told us that we got to move up our deadline to next week. Well, whoa. But fortunately, we have someone like Logan in our staff here that is working on this stuff, and this is the kind of brainchild we had before he got here, having someone to be able to work on this stuff, to advocate for us, to go out and get some of these funds that we haven't ever asked for before. And so this is really, even if we don't get anything, we've got somebody here advocate for it, and working with CapCog too. So Logan's been working with the regional chamber who facilitates CapCog and being able to get this stuff out there as well. The reason we moved up animal control is because of that building. We have to, it may be in 5 years, maybe 10 years, we have to do something. And so it's, we've been saying this isn't a sexy ask, but it's a lot of money, and we have to do something. So I would put that out there, and thanks to Commissioner Christensen for her lead on this, that this is money that's going to come out of the general fund. And so it's going to put a big hurt on our budget when the time comes. Hopefully it's, we get some money before it starts falling in. So, and then part two of that is we are going to be meeting with local communities, and we're going to put that out there for a possibility of if they can, get together and maybe come up with some contract so we can have animal control again. So hopefully we can make that happen somehow. So.
And I will, you reminded me, and thank you, Chair Mott. I have to give also a shout out to Court Administrator Etzel, Chief Judge Cunningham, all the partners, Delta Township Board, Brian Reed, the manager, in helping us secure support letters and really push to try and get any one of these done, basically. Being able to see the larger picture, not just, oh, why help the county get money for X, Y, or Z, it's going to benefit the entire county, so.
Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Logan and Chairman Mott and everybody else, as Logan just said, that's been involved in getting this ball rolling. Finally, we're getting somewhere. It's a hard reality to watch this. Working in a couple different entities with not having animal control and doing some things myself with a board that I have, it's hard. I get calls daily. I have photos that we just, as I told Logan this morning, we saved 3 puppies yesterday that were dumped at Johnny's in Potterville. And it's a daily occurrence. So if I'm getting those calls, I know that other rescues and entities, and I know that Kelly from Central Dispatch can probably attest to the fact that they get multiple calls a day as well. So, and there's nothing they can do except take a report and direct the person as to where to go. So, and there really is nowhere to go in Eaton County. So this is desperately needed.
Anyone else? All right. Logan?
That concludes my report.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, we're about to flip this sheet of paper over. Public and Governmental Affairs Director. We just, oh, that was Logan, okay. Okay, all right, let me, Administrator Human Resources.
Hey, everybody. So
And
this
you
is,
still hold that title?
I do. Maybe by the end of the meeting, we'll talk structurally.
Well, we'll
yeah.
go into discussion.
So this is the positions update, largely synonymous with what you're used to. I set up in blue the tracking programs, which we had previously been doing for candidates when they hit FTO. And then also with the youth facility staffing the expansion. So we've kept those in blue. I added the public defender's office just so we track the positions that are under those temporary employment contracts, just so that it's not out of sight, out of mind, that we're working on a 12-month model, and Matt's doing a great job, I think, hitting and achieving those objectives we talked about. For the sheriff's office, for the road patrol, we actually went ahead and broke that up so that you can see where the openings are at between Command Central, Delta Township, and Windsor. With Windsor being filled, we'll take that off, so it won't be there next month. But that way you get a sense, instead of just seeing 6 positions and not knowing where those vacancies are. And then the other thing we did was we added a gold or yellow highlight. So if there's a plan in place for filling a position, just so there's a note, so you have a sense what they're looking at. Because if we're using the academy process, you're looking at 9 to 10 months before they're fully through. But budgetarily speaking, they're ours from day one because we sponsor them through the academy, and we seek reimbursements on those, and we're usually pretty good about being able to get them. But the state did tighten down the amount of money that they had in the budget for academy sponsorships. So we'll see by the end of this year if there's still some, if we're still using that to recruit. But yeah, so looking at it from that standpoint, the sergeant opening, they're preparing the promotion process. They have to follow what's in the union contract as they evaluate potential candidates. So that process is underway. The deputy that's filled is in an extended FTO. This was actually coming out of corrections. They were already MCOL certified, but had been a long enough duration that they're going to do an internal FTO training that will be a little bit longer, just so they can get them all the way to where they're able to patrol on their own. Then we have interviewing for the detective opening in Delta. That will create a vacancy, but they're working on having another opportunity to fill that vacancy that would be created by a promotion, assuming the promotion came out of the Delta division. And then 2 of the openings in Delta already have people in the academy. They're in LCC and have been since January. But because we weren't showing it this way, every month it looked like Delta had these vacancies. So we thought this is good to show. We're working on filling them as quickly as we can. Yeah, and then Windsor, we actually staffed with the deputy that was in the Windsor contract before. So we were able to recruit him to come back because he had temporarily left. And part of it was that was a really good, he enjoyed working at Windsor. So it's not the only reason he came back, but the community loved him. And so it was a natural fit. So we've been having these discussions with Delta as well, so they understand. And I think this will help for folks that watch our meetings, just seeing it laid out like this. So kudos to Sheriff and Chief Deputy Seidel working with me to come up with this. So it's just a nice snapshot. We had a total of, let me get my notes. We had 16 positions filled this month, which is really good. We had 7 terminations, which is pretty close to the normal cycle that we run through. It's usually between 5 and 6, so 7's kind of in line with that. Our vacancy ratio is the lowest it's been since I've started tracking it, going back to 2024, May of 24. We are at 9.51%, and so I want to say that is in large part, even though we had to do cuts, we have invested in staff, we've invested in hard to fill and retain positions, and it's working. We still have work ahead of us, but this is what it looks like to claw back from a place where we were just not competitive across the scale. And that's why we had 16 openings in Out County Road Patrol and had loss of shifts before you ever had to make budget reductions, was because we weren't paying at a level that made us competitive. So anyway, I just want to say this is the fruit of that paying off in the long run. I will mention with the Sheriff's Department, they have expected retirements coming up of 3. And so they're looking at how to respond for that. Prior to the budget cuts, there were some academy spots that were open. So kind of like similar to Matt has the fellowship that he just made the request for, so that he can partner with somebody through an academic process as a pipeline for recruitment, but it doesn't fill one of his core attorney spots. They used to have those, but part of the reduction was taking those out. When you have 3 go at once, it's difficult to plan for, you're right, unless you have multiple slots that are open above and beyond what your level is at. So they're committed to trying to work on it. One of the things that I had suggested was that pending contractual spot, that's a budgeted position that's there. So I believe they're going to use that to try and recruit so they can have another one in the wings. So if those retirements come, and even though we don't have anything in writing, it's usually pretty good. People know when they hit a certain amount of years of service and kind of have a plan in place. But we've been lucky that some of them have come back after a period of time too, so that's always nice when that happens. But for the meantime, they're planning for 3 vacancies in the next 7 or 8 months. Yep, that's the positions update. So actionable is there are 3 positions we recommend. We had a loss of our financial and purchasing assistant in our office, so it just keeps the ball keeps rolling downhill, So we have temporarily contracted with Manor, and I'm sure Melissa will talk about this, but temporary contracting does not alleviate the structural pressure that's on our office. And so anyway, so that is open. So we are recommending fill that so that we can start training, and we're ready to interview people, but it'd be nice to get it authorized before we call somebody for an interview. And then I promoted Claudine out of Intergovernmental Affairs and Development Director. So that position is open in our office as well, to our Deputy Administrator. Her years of service and knowledge base unparalleled in our office. Also, I'm not sure, you want to get that perfect balance between someone who's smart enough for the job but dumb enough to say yes. And so, and I see myself in Claudine a lot. So, but no, I really do. If I won the lottery or got hit by the bus, that you are in good hands. So Connie kind of led that, having that backup plan in case of emergency situations. So I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from commissioners and from a lot of staff too. So we're moving forward with that. We have a restructure that we'll cover under the budget amendments. We had highlighted it last month. We heard back from the consultant, so we'll go through the financials of that later. Yeah, that's my position support.
Claudine, would you like a rebuttal?
You have the floor.
Would you like to drive the bus? All right, so.
Brian, I have a question.
Oh, certainly. Commissioner.
Ben, how many people, let's say every position was filled, after everything that happened last year, how many actual people would we be employing? If all these were filled, and all our offices were filled, how many?
All right, if my little crude spreadsheet is correct, I believe it's 389.
Oh, okay.
Melissa's is more accurate down to like the micron, but
We had 387 when we had to do the thing before.
We have 389 FTEs now. That does include people that are part-time, so there's multiple individuals that are part-time, so it may be more than that. There's also temporary employees that we have who would not be included in that.
Okay, thank
I
you.
was right and wrong at the same time.
Yep.
That's great.
Mr. Shaver.
I just wanted to thank Controller Dawson for the work that he did with the sheriff to create that transparency for where we're actually at. I think it's important for the public to know that anyway, but especially since we're in conversations that are ensuing about potential further contracts with other parts of the county for road coverage. It's important for them to know that these are in the process of being filled. I understand they're technically filled. I think the public would consider them filled once they're on the road, and I understand that sentiment. But we're in process, and that's the important part with that, and just the ability to be able to see that. I just wanted to express my thanks for that. Answer some of my questions that I was asking in the public safety meeting.
Any other comments, questions? All right. Do we have any action to take on that?
Just if you could authorize the 3 recommended positions, the public defender, attorney, and then the 2 positions in my office, that'd be great.
Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you. And anything else, Ben?
Yes.
Obviously.
We have a labor and attorney engagement letter. It's much simpler than this. We actually have already been working with this attorney. They're just transitioning law firms. So they've worked with Keller Toma for years, and then they started their own firm, and then they still did contract work for Keller Toma. But I believe that is transitioning to where they're just going to start billing directly from their firm. This is 2 attorneys that helped us with negotiating the tail end of our command contract, as well as helping negotiate my contract between Chairman Mott and myself. So they're a great resource. They do municipal labor law as their specialty, so they've been really great to have. I would recommend that we move to accept an engagement with them, and what that essentially means is we'll enter them into the AP system, so we bill this firm directly, and then we just report out that this is one of our legal counsel. Yep.
Move it.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Will this change our budget for this at all?
No, so the way our legal expenses, we have some professional services in the controller's office, but the Board of Commissioners also has professional services as a line item because litigation typically runs through this body and at this body, right? So those are the 2 buckets that we rely on, depending on what the need is, so, yeah.
It's kind of open-ended.
Yeah, I mean, with stuff like this, for professional services going into a budget cycle, like for instance, if it's a year where I know we're gonna bargain all 7 of our contracts, I'm gonna up it, right? So you just, but it is also one of those things, if mid-year I need to come back and and I need a $10,000 difference. Sometimes that is just what happens. We do the best we can to keep in it, but at the end of the day, if we need the legal expertise or the accounting expertise, we gotta get it. So that's what those line items are for.
Any other questions? All right, moved and supported. Nothing else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, continuing on, Ben.
I'm good. I pivot to my esteemed finance director.
Okay, thank you. Melissa, you're on.
All right, so good morning. So I have several updates for you. First and foremost, I'd like to discuss our annual audit. And I want to let you all know that fieldwork has been substantially completed. We still have one outstanding item that we have to complete, which is finishing our management discussion and analysis, which is our opportunity to actually speak to what changed this last year. And then final review will be done. At that point, they do one more review from their side, and then statements will be final submissions. We did have several findings that will end up on our audit. Unfortunately, one of them is directly related to the county. However, there are several others that are not related to county operations, but are related to our component unit, which is the Barry Eaton District Health Department. They appear on our audit because we are the fiduciary. However, that is something that can be reviewed, and our auditors have discussed if we wanted to remove them and have them have their own audit. So that is a possibility. We have not made any changes, and that's not something we can change for the current year, though. So I will forewarn you that unfortunately one of the findings is related to procurement and then subrecipient monitoring. Both of those are fairly hefty findings that they carry a lot of weight for our grant programs from the federal agencies. So we will likely end up with more testing. I do not believe we will have any financial impact for that. However, we may end up getting more phone calls.
Not collect calls.
not collect calls. So we will be responding to those findings jointly with the health department to make sure that the auditors are answered satisfactorily. If you have any questions about that in particular, I'm happy to talk.
Commissioner Mott.
Yeah, I just want to point out, and I sat down with Melissa and Ben, and we had that conversation regarding the findings with the health department. So I believe next month, the auditors are coming in, right? Correct?
That is correct.
And then also, hopefully, we can have the health department director come in at the same time, so we can, I think it'd be better suited if we have that conversation then.
Yes.
To get our questions, answered, instead of taking up a lot of time today on that.
And I just wanted to make sure that the committee members were all aware that this was a very high likelihood. I did have a meeting with the auditors yesterday, and we were able to actually, there was more findings that they were able to remove, luckily, because there was documentation that should have been provided, that there was misunderstandings and miscommunications between the health department and the audit team, so that those understandings were cleared up. Or misunderstandings were cleared up, sorry. And so we should be much better than I was initially hoping. It's still unfortunate whenever you get findings, but we go forward.
I'll just say that part of the restructure that is before you is trying to add continuity and strength to our financial capacity, especially with the amount of vacancies that we've had and with the departure of Connie. I don't lightly place additional stuff on Melissa's plate, but quite honestly, this is an example where I want us to strive at perfection and hard, because if we do lose access to federal funds, that is a critical event, you know, and if you get too many bad audits, that is a path that can happen. So we're not there, even though our compartment, we had one a few years ago, and then there's this one that's through the health department, but every time they happen, it's a reminder that we need to be structured in a way that makes things more efficient, close up transactions sooner and often. And so we actually have a meeting with Treasurer's Office next week, I think, next week. But yeah, we're gonna talk about what are ways that we can coordinate the financial work between each other, especially they have a reclass or restructure and we have one. We really wanna build a relationship where it's the county is, man, I just love the audit to be seamless and beautiful, but we're gonna take it one day at a time, and I wanna give Melissa kudos. She has put in the hours and the time, coordinated with our team, and I'm very grateful that you are sticking around. Thank you. Yep.
So I do want to also point out, one of the findings is, with it being specifically related to subrecipient monitoring and testing from the health department, I will point out the finding that the health department is going to experience is the exact finding that Connie Sobey and I were worried about when we talked about taking on the fire training facility. This finding is the reason for it, because if we do not do things correctly and follow every letter, dot every I, cross every T, we would experience this same finding from our auditors. So kudos to all of you, board members, to the staff that has assisted in making that possible. And yes, we did move slow through this process. It was necessary, though, because of that finding. So I just wanted to point that out. So that concludes my audit update. I will present a full, complete picture of our audit next meeting, but then I will go over our health insurance report briefly. You'll notice on the report that our fixed costs this year are higher than what it was the prior year. That's simply because our administrative costs went up, which was anticipated. We are on track, essentially exactly where we were last year. So,
Nobody else can get sick.
I didn't say that, and it didn't mean that nobody got sick last year this time, so. My next report is our financial report, which is through February, and there is nothing substantial to note on here. I will apologize, there's a couple of budget amendments that need to be processed still that have not yet been done, that they were approved on your last few meetings. So that is why there's some items that are over budget. So.
Any questions for Melissa?
Can I piggyback? I forgot.
Certainly you may.
Since she mentioned the fire training center, I did want to have that discussion. So last time we spoke, we did not know the status of that. And so since then, we've gotten some good clarification, both from the granting agency, also from state reps, and I reached out to some of my contacts at the Senate. So even though we were on the list of projects, our funding had been encumbered, which meant when we entered the grant agreement and those funds entered that encumbered status, they're not impacted by that clawback. If we hadn't executed the grant agreement, the money would be gone. That being said, now that we know that, we are actively working on invoicing for that. Turned out you had to ask the right way, but if you explained to the agency that it would be an undue hardship to pay for with your own money, they were flexible with fronting you the money to pay the vendor as long as you gave proof within 45 days. It took a while to get there, but we got there. So we're actually in the process of doing that so that the county does not put our own money up for the fire training center. We're excited. I know the fire training committee is working on getting their ducks in a row for laying the foundation. And we're in talks with the vendor to get the purchase order put in, and then they're gonna put us in their manufacturing slot. So anyway, it took a while to get there, to Melissa's point, but our goal at the end of it is that we cross all of our Ts, dot our Is, and we get the fire training committee built, and we do it without spending any of our own money. So Yay, that's a good update, I think.
That's the need for the administration fee.
Yeah, yep.
All right, any other questions, comments?
That concludes my reports.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, moving on to item number 15, Facilities Management Director. Pardon?
That's Ben today.
Oh, that's Ben today. Ben, how many hats do you have?
Put my hard hat on. I'm not prepared to speak to the Public Improvement Fund, I apologize, but he has the update here about projects that are going through. Looks like a control upgrade, concrete parking maintenance. I don't have much to add. I know he's working on coordinating with a project manager on a contractual basis to help move projects through. We met with both him and Eric, so we're doing that capital improvement program update that we typically put out in April. So that is still our goal, to do it in April. If time doesn't allow, it may be in May, but if we can do it in April, that'd be great. But sensitive to the fact that we're all swamped. Let's see. Then the next is the Conservation District lease, which we have representatives from the, thank you for waiting. Do you guys want to come up to the podium? Or, sorry. Brian, do you want them to come up? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, take it away, Ben.
I'm writing Keith's motion and inviting people to the podium. I'm sorry. All right. So historically, with MSU Extension and also with the Conservation District, we've really just held space for them as a county because, what's that?
They're in USDA space.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying historically, we haven't charged them rent. We've talked about adopting a model where if we want to provide services like that, as opposed to it just kind of absorbing into a departmental budget, that it's like an acknowledged formal thing, and we charge them using the same rate that we would other people that we're leasing the space to. So in that model, Chad put together a piece where they're only paying for the offices that they'd be utilizing. So they're currently in USDA space, but we're moving them to where MSU Extension used to be, is the proposal. And then the common area, since there's nobody else there, they're only paying for their portion of square footage of the common area, even though they'll only be the only ones in there right now. Yes, and I'll punt it to you, and then we can come back and talk about the finances of it, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for considering this. We, as you know, we are co-located with NRCS, the USDA space, and we, I don't have an office, so it's a shared space, there's no privacy, and we're trying to expand. We've applied for these grants to bring in more help, and there's nowhere to put people. So, and what was really the clincher for us is that during the federal shutdown last year, we were dislocated. So we had to leave the office for the 6 weeks that the federal government was shut down. So trying to operate and meet with the people of the county who wanted to come in and meet with us, and we didn't have a space. We were having to meet up at cafes or in conference rooms, and dragging my printer around, trying to calibrate it with whatever Wi-Fi I had access to. It was just very inefficient. We weren't able to really do our work. So anytime there's a disruption with the federal government, that impacts us. So it would really be nice to have the stability, and in that space in particular, having it be MSU Extension space. People are used to going there for the type of services that we provide, and we can help continue, although we're not the extension and we're not going to provide extension services, we can continue to help people connect with the resources that they need in that space, and have visibility in the front of the building. So I think that kind of encapsulates some of the reasons why we thought this might be mutually beneficial.
And then on our end, I did approach the prosecutor and asked if they would be interested in that space, because when I think of Growing Pains, that's the first one I think of, and it's just a little too far away from the core of the courthouse. So I did take time to evaluate if there were any internal departments that exclusively would have spoken for the space. So I feel like that checked a box for me because that was something I was interested in making sure before we made a decision. In terms of funding for it, so when we had done the budget cuts last year, there's a lot of programming and partnership that happens between the Conservation District and our parks. And so even though we had cut the general fund, we had funded still the same amount in line with the services that they provide to residents and the programming that they do. So my proposal would be that we do this, but we add this to our contribution through the Parks millage, and we just ask that you continue to provide opportunity for education and programming within the Parks Department and within our parks and coordinating efforts with citizens that have questions. In fact, I think I called you one time because I had an issue where I thought I had Japanese knotweed in my backyard, and you were helpful, and I did, and I still do. So if anybody thinks you have bamboo in your backyard, you should probably look into it because that stuff's nasty. Anyway, so personally appreciate it. The amount we'd be talking about would be $13,266, and that would cover 3 office spaces plus their portion of the common area.
Okay, moved and supported. Any other questions, comments, discussion on this? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, looks like you got some new digs.
Thank you.
When do you want to move in?
As soon as you'll, yeah, I'll be on the phone
As soon as
today.
Chad gets back with keys, no?
We're waiting on Chad. I've got his cell phone number. You can call him.
That's great, thank you.
Thank
you
you.
again for being patient today. We really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
And thank you.
And now on to item C, USDA lease agreement.
Yeah, so this is the elusive USDA lease. We've talked about it at length. We were able to renew. This one is at 22.5 square feet. The one we just did, and then the one we have with the Department of Health and Human Services through the state is like 1785. So the federal one is at a higher rate, which is good. So this is a renewal. Both Chad and I and Claudine worked on this model and then updated it. The shell billing, which was a requirement this time, they asked us to break the charges out differently, kind of helped us in being able to look at how we wanted to charge other folks that we leased to. So just asked that we move this and.
I'll move this.
Support.
Supported. Any discussion? Now, this, my understanding is when they had this other office space with us, they didn't really occupy it that often. Is that correct?
Probably. I don't.
USDA.
USDA's always been USDA's always been in the space we're talking about right now for years.
I thought they were, they had
He means that
marginally
they
used
work
for it.
from home a lot or something.
Okay,
Is
that's
that
what it
you
was.
mean?
Yeah, that's what.
That
I don't
I'm not
know.
aware, but
I might be thinking of.
I do know the office is open every day. Like every time I'm over there, the lights are on and there's at least someone in there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, so maybe I'm confused that with
You might be
another
thinking of,
office.
you might be thinking of DHHS.
I think
That
that's what
might
I was
be.
thinking of too.
That might be.
Sorry.
So we're just, we're not changing anything as far as occupancy and services. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, moved and passed. Anything else from the interim facilities management director?
No.
All right, moving on to item 16, budget amendments, resolution to approve fiscal year 25-26 budget amendments.
All right, so I will start with this one, and then I'm probably going to punt this over to Controller Dawson. So before you are several budget amendments, just going to go through the list. The very first one is for our office. The changes include all of the position changes that were talked about at the last meeting for salaries and fringes, and then ancillary equipment and professional services, should they need that, as well as furniture and space for those individual positions. So, Ben, did you want to?
Yeah, so in ours is pretty complex because it's got a lot of moving pieces, and in light of discussions we have, I want to say I understand that we're asking for investment in our office at a time that's hard. I mean, I know we were looking at the court's requests and stuff, and so I want to say I understand what I'm asking for, and I appreciate the weight of it, I'll say. So we have a HR administrator and a finance and budget manager. Those are two new positions. The HR administrator, like we talked about, was pulling out the HR functions from the deputy administrator because I'll need a full-time deputy to keep up on just the mountain of work that constantly moves through our office. Then that will also help building into a complaint procedure. That came back at a grade 11, and that's salaries reflected in here. So based on the job description and responsibilities, I feel comfortable with that because this HR administrator may be called upon to coach or perhaps discipline other directors, and so that's kind of right in line with what you would expect with the expectations of that role. The finance and budget manager, do you have your little list up? I want to say that was an 11 as well, or a 10. That was a 10. So that came in at a 10, which was really close between the two, so that came in at a 10. This would be the one that would help coordinate a lot of the financial work and I think tighten up our finance. Do you want to talk to it?
Sorry, I apologize. I was just looking at the numbers, and the HR administrator came in at a grade 13.
Oh.
And the budget and finance manager came in at a grade 11.
Okay, all right. I appreciate it, thank you. I'm gonna ask you for the grades because, so I'll be honest, normally I have this like summarized in the packet. This is how crazy it's been leading up to this point. This is a moment of just authenticity with you all, you know. I was updating the packet pretty late last night, and I know I sent out the notice to you all when I updated it at like 6:30 this morning. This is exactly why I'm asking for the staff, because we have departments that can't get their positions posted because they're sitting in our office. People aren't able to get their equipment processed through IT because the PCF's not moving fast enough. These, while they can be a nuisance, they do add pressure everywhere else. And so structurally, that's what I'm looking for, is that this office is solid, whether it's me, whether it's somebody else. Thank you. Okay, 13 for the HR administrator, which makes more sense because it's right in line with some of our higher paid directors. And then 11 for the finance and financial manager, and then the economic development or community development and human services manager administrator is a 10. So that role would be taking over what Claudine's was before she became the intergovernmental affairs. So a couple moving pieces. There's some position savings from that work on the general fund because Claudine's role was paid at a 15. But since we're kind of divesting some functions because they're carrying over with her, that's why the decrease is happening there. Reinvesting that money into the finance or the HR administrator. Funding-wise, in my mind, this is what admin revenue. If we collect when we're doing stuff, the portion that comes to us, I would like to pay. I know right now we're using carryover balance because we haven't gotten to map out how we're accounting for that admin revenue, but it's one of the projects that we're working on. So that's it for ours. It includes services and charges, which is also equipment and furniture. So the new position is going to need laptop. So we'll need 2, yeah.
This also includes the change from our payroll specialist. We are acknowledging the fact that our payroll specialist is much more than just a payroll specialist. She is in fact our payroll and benefits manager, and this is acknowledging the work that she is already doing. I know all of you communicate with Jen Hankins on a regular basis, so great job, Jen. We just want to take this and codify the work that she is already doing. So this would put her position at a grade 8. So this would also make that change.
Then there's furniture and equipment. So part of this, and we've had discussions with Chad and had done some mock-ups, but if these were approved, we have spatial issues. And so the discussion has been taking over conference room A, turning the chair's office into new conference room A, and setting up conference room A as it sits right now, similar to how the treasurer's office and the clerk's offices. We'd have a counter with a dip so somebody can access it with a wheelchair and the glass up. We'd move our executive assistant and our finance purchasing right there. So when the public comes in, they'll come in through there, and then we'll have a side door that would come into the office. So we would be more structured like how the other service departments are. And that would free up the space to put the HR administrator and finance manager back there. And that would spatially meet the footprint for what we're looking for.
But in order to do that, Chad will need to make some physical changes to the building, which is the next part of the budget amendment that you see before you. That is the building and grounds section for repairs and maintenance. And he has estimated that at approximately $35,000 to make that change, moving a couple of doors, making sure walls are built, so.
So Ben, did you just describe that you're taking the chair's office out? Are we still going to have that conference room?
That would now be an extension of the controller's office. So essentially from Nathan over would be part of our office. And then that door and that office would now be conference room A. I know, it's, we have spatial needs, but it is a heck of a lot cheaper than adding a wing. Even though at some point we may have to do that, you know, it's tight.
amazing that in the 50 years since this building was constructed, we're now outgrowing it.
Yeah.
We don't have any more employees than we did in 2007. I just wrote it down. That's why I asked. Wasn't for a conference room, but I asked.
All right, so then I will move on to the next item, which is the treasurer's office reclassification. So this will reclassify 2 of our positions, one from a deputy treasurer to a drain coordinator / senior deputy treasurer. That individual will be moved up 1 grade on our scale, and that is what the dollar amount is, which is why it's such a small dollar amount for the remainder of the fiscal year. The second position that is reclassified is our foreclosure coordinator, and that position is not budgeted on the general fund, nor is it budgeted in any, it's not included in any budgeted fund as it is an enterprise level fund. So there's not a budgetary impact for that position. It just impacts the position allocation listing, and it impacts our liabilities. Okay, so then we have the change to our community services office, which is what Ben has already discussed with the change from our intergovernmental affairs director to now changing that to a community services administrator. So that would be actually position savings for our budget in that dollar amount. So the next item on our budget amendment list is an item from our technology services director. He has requested that we are able to utilize some funds from prior year to finalize projects that we had established for 24-25 that were not able to be finished. So these are funds that were already allocated. He's just requesting to actually utilize these funds so that he can complete the projects. And then the last but not least that's written on here is for our indigent defense. And this is specifically for the Clio software. It does end up being what we call Sabita, so I have to capitalize the whole expense for all 3 years of the contract and then record that revenue as offset, and then it would actually increase expenses for the current year in the amount of $13,500. However, we will have some savings from positions, and we do actually have some fund balance carryover that we can utilize for that, as that is in a restricted fund. And then I was just reminded that I did miss a budget amendment, so I apologize wholeheartedly. I'm sorry. Mr. Garrison. He is our construction code director, and I forgot to put on the budget amendments for Axon body camera equipment.
Got you. It's $4,874.76. We talked about it, if, for 1 year, well, it's 24,373 over 5 years.
Life of the contract, yes.
So the current year, it would be that. The Sabita, you're gonna have to record, no?
This will not be a Sabita because of the dollar amount. I do not have to capitalize this, so thank you. But we do need to acknowledge a budget amendment for the current fiscal year in order to do that. And we have to agree to the contract with Axon as well.
Mhm.
Are there any
Okay, any
questions?
questions about those amendments that she just spoke of? I have a question about the body cams. They will be utilized in what departments specifically, besides not excluding the sheriff's department, because we already know they've got them, but.
Yeah, this would be exclusively for construction code, so this will be paid with departmental revenue. There, it's 6 cameras, every inspector would have them. We're gonna integrate them into our, just our permit process. So the idea is when they apply for a permit, it's gonna have a disclosure saying, for quality assurance, our folks will be recording. They'll announce it while they're on site. Customers can ask them to turn it off, but they need to get it recorded that that's happening. We're gonna lay all this out in policy. We had a draft that was presented. And then while they're in there, if something happens or somebody alleges something occurred, the body camera will kind of just cut through the he said, she said kind of a thing and minimize the amount of time it would take to do an investigation on every potential complaint that we might get related to the activities they do. The employees are excited at it as well, so they're not resistant to it, because for them, it kind of just helps temper things a little bit. Windsor Township's fire department, they use it for their fire inspections, and they've talked about how it's kind of improved their experience, just because it adds that element that there's no question about what's happening, right? It's all there and available. It's part of a approach that we're looking at for revamping and adding the complaint procedure, so that will make it easier for our office to process complaints if they come. And then the question was if there were any other departments that would benefit from body cameras. I'm not sure I would say at this point. I think if we still had planning and zoning and enforcement actions related to that, maybe, but considering that's.
Well, we do have other departments that perform inspections, and would it be wise to expand that purchase out to include that other department that I'll just say it, Drain Commission, because they go out on site, do inspections. There's oftentimes they have to justify what they did on those inspections. Would it be prudent to include them in this at this time?
I would say no, because I think Richard would have operational control over it. So technically, you could probably appropriate the money, and I don't think you could force him to implement it. The other piece is we are simultaneously evaluating soil erosion by request of the Public Works and Human Services Committee to see if there's synergy or if there's an opportunity to combine that work with construction code. So I probably wouldn't spend the staff time on it until the policy committee makes a recommendation on that decision. Because if for some reason it did end up that the board moved that into construction code, you'd already have the body cameras there. But in the case you left it there, we could absolutely have the discussion with Marcus and see if he'd see value in it.
I'm just thinking of the cost up front. I'm assuming that this, excuse me, this vendor is somebody that we can work with. They're more than happy to provide more cameras at a later date.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's Axon, so they do the sheriff's department, but they have a special division for civilian cameras, which are significantly cheaper, we were happy to find, so.
Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, I just, not this year, or maybe not next year, but I think here coming down the road, I think all departments that have a service window are gonna need cameras on the surface, like interaction, right? Because we had that incident in the treasurer's office, right? And, we got cameras in the hallways, but I think wherever we have that connection, interaction in between people off the street and our employees for safety-wise, I think we need to look at that.
I agree, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we have some. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shaver.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some clarification for, I've been through our budget forwards and backwards for several years, but I think just for the public understanding, because to Controller Dawson's point, you know, we understand that we're in a financial crunch. This is a lot of amendments at once, I think, for people to be able to digest. So we see that like with the computer fund, that was already funds that have been appropriated once, and it's just a reappropriation. How much of a total reflection is this onto the general fund and to any of you in the administration? Can you just explain to the public how we have such a significant fund balance? Because I think most people's understanding is we're not in that place where we have that large of a balance.
Yeah, well, we're entering the budget season, so I would say, Melissa, we can talk to it together, but part of it is we're using fund balance. It's not optimal in the long run, but I don't know how we function as an office going forward. And I'm just being honest. Connie had to work something like 60 to 70 hours a week to keep us where we were at, and it's not sustainable. And I can promise you, I will burn out if that's what we have to do. And it's going to impact our service departments across the board. So I think we can find a path forward. Like, for instance, our MERS has already come back, that 5 years amortization plus the money that went in upfront is going to reduce the pension costs for everybody. So we usually get that report from MERS around May or June, but preliminary numbers look really promising for that first year. And part of the model that we've adopted is we're throwing money at the unfunded liability, but it's about a year in arrears each time that happens. So we do have savings coming, and will be directly impacting our budget. In this year, it's carryover, but carryover and then whatever admin fee that's functional for our office once we set it up, that's where I would spend it, is in this model.
What portion of the admin fee would you think would cover some of that amendment for your office? Are you comfortable to give even an approximation?
We haven't been able to carve it out. So what we want to do is model it where, so if we get 15% that comes in, 5% goes to the sheriff's department, 5% goes to MERS, and then 5%'s split between Eric and me, right? Right. And that might be for that one. And then on a project where Eric's the only one, he gets all of whatever the admin fee is, right? We'd like to model it to where it's kind of an ownership piece, so departments can come and say, hey, based on the services I'm doing, I have this in my budget. I'd like to spend it like this. And obviously, the board has final say how things are spent, but it at least gives some autonomy back to the departments that are doing the work on how they're investing it. We just haven't been able to lay out that framework. We know how we're going to do it, like structurally, but we haven't been able to pull it together.
Understand. Thank you. You answered my questions.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. This has been moved and supported? No, then that's what we need to do next.
I'll make the motion to move them.
Support. Okay, moved and supported. Any further discussion?
For the body cams? Yes, including the body cams, yes.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you. Anything else, Melissa?
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
Well, then continue on.
So the next item on our agenda is actually the policy updates for our credit card policy. So you'll see in our packet, there's an updated version showing all of the changes that we made to the policy. One of the major changes that did not get made is the dollar amounts. but we did end up removing the amounts that were identified to each individual department. The thought was that give that authority to the controller to determine who should have certain amounts rather than identifying it within the policy up to a certain dollar amount, the threshold being $20,000 for any one singular card. So there's a lot of changes in the naming conventions, trying to simplify things that within the policy. This policy is one of our older policies from the 90s on that as well. So this is kind of also bringing this into the current times, particularly also adding a section regarding our rewards programs and ordering incentives that happen. And do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, and this actually has overlapped discussions we've had in the purchasing work group, because obviously credit card policy is going to kind of run parallel with the purchasing policy, which we haven't finished yet. But we thought this is an ideal place to address it, is just if there's expenditure occurring on a county credit card and if that is generating some kind of reward program, we'll use like Menards as an example, right? Like that value is a product of the county. And if for some reason somebody was using it for personal, that would be a disciplinary piece because essentially theft, right? Those dollars should get reinvested. So anyway, our goal would be to avoid things like that because, you know, part of internal controls is limiting opportunity for theft, right? That's a fundamental characteristic of the fraud triangle. But at the same time, if buying in bulk gives us X number back and it's the best vendor and what have you, and it's more money to support the operation, there might be instances it makes sense, but this is to make sure it's clear that that is a county asset. And for Melissa's purposes, it needs to be recorded at the time of it. So it has audit implications as well. So if you got something like a Menards gift card, it needs to be recorded as an asset in our system so that it's logged.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Shaver.
I support this. The only thing that I see that maybe I'm not understanding the way it's worded, but it would be under section B. It's talking about the section B. Excuse me, section 9 B. It's talking about approval if the controller's not available. Then it's the chairperson. Then it's the vice chairperson. If they're both unavailable, then it would be the, was that saying the co-chair? I thought it was saying it would be the chair of Ways and Means, which is the same as the vice chair, correct?
In this instance, it is. The vice chair is also the chair of Ways. However, the board policy does allow for a vice chair and a chair of Ways and Means. And this is specifically related only to emergency purchases that are, so if we had a major storm damage, like we did August a couple of years ago, and somebody needed to make a purchase right away for a generator,
Yep.
this is the policy and procedure for that.
Totally understand. Thank you for that clarification. I would move this.
And moved and supported. Any other comments or questions? All right, do we need any other clarification on anything, Melissa? Okay, all right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? We have policy. All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. We're at item 18, miscellaneous. Do we have any miscellaneous ahead of us? None, all right. Item 19, county bills, procurement, approval of the bills.
Move the bills.
Support?
Okay, moved and supported. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Shaver?
Just one question. Thank you. I know I'm full of them today.
No, that's all right.
On the last page of the bills, Homeland Security, Bellevue Hardware, I'm kind of assuming that is that grant that came through where the tools and different things were dispersed by emergency management, but I did just want clarification on what that expense was.
So that's a reimbursement through the Homeland Security Grant Program. It's a federal award. I do not have the reimbursement packet just yet to know exactly which project it was for.
Okay,
However, I can look into that for you.
thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? Okay, everybody in favor of paying the bills signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? All right, item number 20. Control Administrator Employment Contract. We can postpone this another month if you'd like. Commissioner Mott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've been working on this since Connie left, and we've come to the point where we've got to look at a contract for Ben, and I hope you've all looked at it. But he's agreed to work for free, so we're all set.
My wife was ecstatic.
No, we're delighted that Ben has taken the opportunity to take this position, because this is a difficult position to have. It's stressful, takes a lot of time, and to have someone that is generally wholeheartedly wants to improve the county and continues to work on ideas, different ways of looking at things. We're pretty blessed to have him, and as you know, it really, we need someone in that chair, just like when we went through difficult times for the budget process and stuff, and Connie kind of guided us all through that. So having someone in that chair that really knows what they're doing and has that leadership quality is crucial, and I think Ben has that. So this contract is going to be a proposed agreement for 3 years, starting March 18th through March 18th of '29. And I just want to highlight a couple things here. Based on comparisons, and I think we saw some comparisons, I don't know, I think Connie put something together like 2 or 3 years ago, it seems like, of what cost of different, valuations. And I think, these are pretty close. I think the controller's position was like $20,000 under of what comparisons of the region and the tax valuation and different controllers. And we're kind of still there. And Ben could have argued for that, but he agreed to go like $10,000 less. So it will be a $10,000 addition in the salary. But to be even with a lot of the others in the area, it could have been $20,000. So, and he recognizes that we're in a difficult spot. However, we do need to keep pace. And this is an office, as we just talked about, with all the different positions that we need to fill to get it up and running the way it should be. So I believe that is fair compensation there. And then another thing is that adding 4% employee to employer match to a direct contribution plan. And Ben can speak on this when I'm done here, but that's another addition to this. And then also there's an economic changes. We're setting Ben's vacation accruals up to the top rate allowed under the personnel rules, allowing once a year for up to 48 hours of vacation time to be elected to be paid out. So those are kind of the main changes. Met with the attorney yesterday and went over this. There were nothing that stood out to him that was blaring, made some minor changes, wording and stuff here and there, but he was pretty agreeable to it. And so I just want to say, I think these changes are in line with what we need to keep pace and keep up with demands. And I'm thankful that, again, that he's willing to step in and do this. So I think, Connie set the table for the succession, and we're appreciative of that. And I think this is a fair compensation for that controller at this time.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so, I missed the 4% conversation. I read the contract, but I guess I didn't catch that one. So are we putting Ben, nothing personal, but I just need to know, are we putting him on a hybrid when you talk about a 4% employer contribution matched by a 4% county?
I can talk.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
For the reason for the request for me is, it's 10 years to vest with the pension, and I'm not asking for that to change. And so I don't want to have to create a new, like, MERS pension hybrid. I think that's way too much. But the 4% where I put 4% of mine up and it's matched, would allow me to at least be building my retirement. God forbid, for some reason, if there's an election and the new board doesn't like me and I don't get to get the 10 years, at least I walk away with something towards my retirement, other than the money that I put towards MERS.
So are you putting it like in a R457?
Either a 457 or a 401A.
May I just know how
Yeah.
you're gonna,
So it'd be similar
Address
to
it.
what we did with the command contract, the command officers. So they were a difficult to recruit and retain group, and we offered it to the non-soup group as well because of the being down deputies. They opted for the 2% reduction in their pension instead. But so it's similarly structured, except in that one, they had the option to go up to 4. I would prefer it just be 4 so that it's a lock and I'm not changing my contribution. I just keep it at 4.
okay, I know with our deputies, remember, it's like up to 4 years or something
For vesting.
for
Yeah.
vesting to take the county. And then after 4 years, we don't do that anymore. They just go to the regular mirrors.
No,
Defined
no,
benefit.
it's,
So-
it's 4 years to vest, and then it still continues after that. It just, if they were to leave, they're no longer losing an employer contribution. That's what the
Okay,
4-year vesting.
So wait a minute, back up on that then.
Yeah.
So are the deputies then doing the MERS defined benefit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought it was a way to bring them in, to work them into our system, but it would end after the 4th year.
No, that's the same vesting schedule that the
Okay.
state of Michigan has.
We're gonna
Sorry.
have a conversation,
Okay,
but not here.
okay,
Thank you.
yep.
Okay, any other comments, questions? All right, what's our next step here?
A motion and then
Oh, no, Ben, I
discussion.
want you to plead your case. No.
Oh.
Oh, gosh, we'll be here longer.
I want to work here. There are provisions in here. There are provisions in here in the case that I was fired without cause that, some people are like, whoa. But that's the risk that you run being a public sector executive. It's in no way that I don't want you to have that right. You have it. It's just, if it's for just, you don't like me, maybe you don't like the ties that I wear or whatever. That's what that provision's meant for. If I'm doing good at my job and the board decides they don't want me, you don't have to renew my contract, right? That provision is only there if someone chooses to fire me without cause. If I'm fired for cause, there's no severance, right? Because that wouldn't be just. So this is a combination of looking out for me and my family, but at the same time showing that I'm committed to the county. And then every 3 years, we get to check, we check in every year, so we did add a performance evaluation. It's a little more formal than it used to be because it wasn't actually in the contract, so we just added some structure there, which was something I wanted to see based on some, there was 1 year Connie didn't get an evaluation, and, for the amount of work that we put in, it's important to know whether we're hitting your goals and your targets. Because if we're not, you can fire us. And so it's really good to know whether or not you think we're doing a good job. So anyway, so most of the build out on this, to me, is just modernizing this contract. I think had we gone out to bid and we had a vendor come in, they probably would have worked on this. I pulled from a city manager contract out of East Lansing and Calhoun counties. Those were the two that I kind of used for language and picked and chose what I thought was the strongest, best stuff, so.
And I'd like to point out that employment contracts such as this are not written to favor the employee, but the employer. And so it gives us that opportunity and benefit because on that day that Ben retires, and the next one steps in, and we've got it in place, and we're gonna be consistent, so. All right, so do we have a motion to accept? Okay.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Well, Ben, looks like you got yourself a job.
Thanks, guys. I'll try to be worthy of it.
I think you'll do fine. Oh, man. Okay, on to item number 21, budget discussion.
Good morning. So, well, afternoon now, Lord. So I just wanted to give you a preview of our personnel expenses as we've gotten them to date. This is based on where we're at with contracts as well as the agreement that the board has made verbally and regarding salary increases that have already gone into contracts and such. This does incorporate the changes that were made this morning regarding the controller's office, the treasurer's office, and also contemplates changes to the trial courts. The biggest change you'll notice is actually a decrease in our total MERS retirement costs by over all of the funds between general fund and special revenue funds of more than $750,000 over the current year budget. This is due to the MERS amortization extension. While I like to see reductions on line items, I also believe it's fiscally sound to invest that and put that money back to reducing our unfunded liability as well. So while it's good to see the reduction, I do want to state on the record that I believe that it would be a sound investment to make an appropriation or something of that nature in order to continue fully funding our MERS program.
And to that point, I think as we have that fund balance policy discussion, this is kind of where that piece is because we set it at 10%. So if we have 12 or 15%, for these first few years, I would just say we attack MERS as hard as we can because every year that number of savings should go up, right? And so looking out from a 3 to a 4 year, I think that's when you start seeing opportunities open back up. So just my perspective going into the fund balance conversation, savings from the MERS adjustments that we're doing, I think should, to Melissa's point, whether it's 60 or 50%, we kind of land on, we're dedicating that amount right back into it because otherwise it's like refinancing your car and still making the minimum payment, right? Our goal is you get that principal down so you reduce your interest expense and overall expenses, so.
That change would not affect the length of the contract we have with MERS at this time, correct? Even though we're making additional payments?
No, yeah, so we essentially added for most of our groups 5 additional years on the tail end of that, so 2046, I think. And so for those groups, if we get fully funded before then, we're good. So that'd be the goal, is that we don't inch across that line. But even if we're able to get from last, it was 61%, I think was our last valuation. So even if we could get to 80%, the financial burden of our groups would be so much bigger. Part of the savings too will translate directly to savings back to Delta Township as well, because the biggest reductions were on the command group because their stuff was like at 150%. So like a 20% drop of that, that's 20 cents on every dollar associated with that. And that's part of why our modeling on these contractual services, including with Windsor, is the community and us match a lump sum forward into it. And we did the same percentage that we did for Delta, although the scale was much bigger because Delta's was $2 million. But Windsor paid the same percentage of the total value of the contract, or will, that we're still waiting for the check, but we will be making a lump sum payment for that. And this is the end game, right? This is where we win every year, is right there. So, and just hope the market works well with us. But even if the market downturns, we are still in a better position because of the assets we set aside, right?
At some point in the distant future, we'll see a return on that.
Yeah, I mean, you go all the way out, say we get 100% funded, and as retirees that had a benefit that required way more assets to be set aside for, as they pass away, MERS either has to roll that back into it, or if we're now exceeding the plan, at some point, they have to return the money back to us. That is our asset class, right? Our problem is they just rewrote the rules for how they calculated that liability after we'd already bargained benefits, to the dismay of literally everyone in the state of Michigan that had a pension plan. And anyway, I think we're on the right track. But my recommendation is set a level that's reinvested back, and let's see where we're at in 2 to 3, 4 years. And then the fruits of your labors will begin manifesting.
I don't see a downside to that
Yeah.
aspect of it. I mean, we just have to be patient. So any comments, concerns? All righty. Well, what should we do, Ben?
We don't have to accept it or anything. This is just an update, yeah. Yeah.
Next
is-
month, at next month's Ways and Means Committee meeting, we will be presenting the full budget from the departments. That will have pretty much no review by my office, but that will be what the departments have presented as their needs. I will do a minimal review, and that will be included with this personnel calculation.
Well, I got a question for you, and I'm gonna put you on the spot, because I did talk to you about this earlier, but what impact will our audit have on any of these budget things we're talking about today? Any impact?
You're talking about the audit findings?
Yes.
Known issues, we will likely have more costs associated with future audits. We may lose grant funding, which will impact our general fund. However, there's no guarantee either way. It just is going to be harder. I don't believe that there will be a fiscal impact yet, but if we continue to have findings, there will be fiscal impacts.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Yes, I'd like to say congratulations, Audie.
Wow, that's all you said.
She made eye contact.
It was really funny.
Burned by All right. Well, we are now down to item number 22, limited public comment. Do we still have public comment? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Jeff Christensen. I'm a Charlotte City Councilman. I just had the opportunity to spend a couple days in Lansing at CapCon 2026 and had a very ample opportunity to speak with a lot of our legislators. And I was able to find out, and I think it's out there, getting out there, but I just wanted to share one with you because it seems to be a topic at the county level. And that is House Bill 5692 and 5693, which affects some revisions in the drain code, in the Drain Act. Some of the keys aspects that they talked to me about was drain commissioners are gonna have to provide detailed cost estimates to all affected landowners within 7 days of the receipt. Residents or taxpayers are gonna have, instead of 10 days to appeal, they're now gonna have 60 days to appeal. Also, performance audits of the drain commissioner's office every 2 years or whenever a local municipality requests it. So that changes that 2 years dramatically in some cases. But also the project notices, the maps have to get much more detailed. The addresses, everything has to improve greatly. I had a chance to speak with a number of legislatures at the legislative breakfast, and there is most certainly a lot of support for these bills. So I suspect they're probably going to come to fruition. But I just wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
Under public comment, I just want to say, we actually were approached by legislators to provide feedback on one of those bills, and it's part of the commitment you as a board and our administration has made on behalf of feedback from residents. We've been a part of those, so it's really cool hearing that stuff's coming from it. So thank you all for supporting that dialogue at the state level.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will adjourn to not another Friday the 13th.